And then I'm going to tab over to this screen, and I'm going to shut the fuck up and let Gamzee talk about the story so far. Gamzee?
So far... Sorry. So far, the party has gathered. The good Lady Diamond and her pseudo-bodyguard, Mr. DeBoer.
Debois.
The Boise, Idaho.
Have met up in Clifton with the good trio of hunters and the skeptic herself. Since this, shall we say, meeting of the fates, things in Clifton have only made themselves more and more obvious to the group. Creed and Chance made their way off to a church that supposedly had a bunch of undead that was wrangled inside. Meanwhile, our other compadres decided to make their way to a tailor to get good Miss Diamond some better clothing. And I believe that's where we open. Chance and Creed had just left the bar. The rest of you have been left to your devices with money in hand to get Miss Papadakis some more appropriate disguise and clothing.
If I recall correctly, I do believe we sent Shy's character off to find her some clothing.
Yes, in fact, you did.
If I may.
Yep.
We should do our chips first.
Chips.
Right, chips.
Should go over what has been gained. You should.
Didn't we do that? Actually?
We did, but we don't have a record of doing it, so we should make a record of doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, we drew some more chips, and now we have more than we had last episode.
Yep. I used all my chips last week, and now I have 2 white and 1 red again. For Charles Creed. Sorry.
I've got 4 white, 3 red, and a blue now.
I've got 3 white and 3 reds.
I'm currently sitting at 3 whites, 2 reds, and 1 blue.
Tibbs?
Where'd you go?
Sibs, you're muted.
She may have had to get up. I'm not sure.
Well, GM, what does Miss Papadakis have?
Miss Papadakis has 1 black, 4 red, and 1 blue.
Also, just because I know that it will annoy Sibs, I'm warning you guys in advance that when it comes time to think of a fake name for Diamond Pocket Opus's like masculine form, Charles is going to offer Fauntleroy.
Fauntleroy?
I've been thinking about that for a week.
God damn it, Fox.
I was going to suggest Cole.
What would actually be
Fauntleroy
great?
Cole, I'm into it.
Oh, both.
No, I meant Cole Fauntleroy.
Also good. Or better yet, Fauntleroy Jr.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Fauntleroy.
Fauntleroy.
Jinx.
What'd I miss?
What chips do you have?
Currently, I was given a white, 2 more red, and a blue. So the numbers are 1, 4, 1, and 0.
Cool.
Why?
Because we're going over our chips.
Got it.
We're making a record of them on stream.
Yeah, I can't keep up that voice. That's tiring me out for some reason.
Then do not do the voice.
Foxy PSA, if a voice ever hurts, don't do it. You're not doing it correctly.
Bum, 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 bum.
It's just tiring me
The
out.
more you know.
So,
Hi, Kamsey, welcome to my world.
Then believe we have Miss Kincaid and Miss Papadakis on their own.
Unfortunately, Miss
I-
Kincaid had to get up.
Fuck.
And I'm not gonna be Miss Papadakis for much longer. We're gonna do some cross-dressing.
Indeed.
I'm very excited.
So if you need to fill time
the
until Miss Kincaid gets back, you do have Mr. Dubois doing some shopping, and you have Mr. Creed currently getting his face chewed off.
And Mr. Chance doing a pew.
Yeah.
Either one is an option.
Okay, sorry.
Oh,
Or Miss Kincaid could return.
Sorry about that.
Oh, hello.
welcome
I
back.
guess that yawn was perfectly timed.
So it's whoever you wanna cut to, Marshall.
Oh, excuse me.
Marshall.
Well, first I'd like to find out the plan of our two, shall we say, likes to sneak around twins. Because Miss Evangeline and Miss Papadakis have made a point in the past to go around back.
The answer is spite.
But so are we fast forwarding to after she gets her clothes, or what are we doing?
I'm curious as to what your two plan is. Are you waiting for Mr. Dubois to come back with the clothing?
I mean, Diamond is probably like gonna start trying to tear the old Texas Ranger badges of honor off the jacket.
Oh, gee.
Smart.
Evangeline will help with that if she wants it.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll accept it. The more I scatter these badges across the desert, the more I'll be happy with it.
Either you got a knife.
I
I do. I've got several.
Okay, then I don't see a need to quite roll for that.
Do I have a knife? I don't believe I do, but I know I have a bunch of fucking tools. I have a file.
Yeah, the throwing knives should work, I think.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just cut off all of my dad's badges of honor. Rough up the coat a little bit.
So if that's the plan for you two, we will cover a little bit with what Shy is doing and or Mr. Dubois is doing until he comes back with the clothing.
So we're
Gotcha.
cutting to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So like, what are the clothing stores that are in the small town of Clifton? Because he's not going all the way out of town to
Right.
grab clothes.
Roll me a searching.
All right.
Oh, if I may interrupt, Shy's roll just prompted me to remember a thing that I should tell chat.
Mhm.
You have been heard, chat. Last week, I am a player in this game, and so I could not see any rolls that were not made by me or made by the GM directed at me, and that meant that there was even less to see than usual. This week, thanks to some petitioning, I almost said partitioning, some petitioning to the GM, to our good Marshall here, you guys can see every roll that is made. That being said, standard decisive action rules apply. The other players cannot see the rolls, so please do not discuss specific numbers. Sorry.
Well, excuse me. I think you have a hard time finding it, Shy.
Oh no!
You go walking through town and you miss it.
I imagine that like. Sorry. Okay. I was just good. I imagine that Dubois is like just grumpily stomping through the street. Is just like, why am I stuck with this kind of job? Why do I gotta go cruise shopping? And it's like he's not even looking around. He's like mostly
He's just bitching.
yeah, basically. Needed a walk to deal with all the developments.
I'm a man of science. I'm not a clothes shopper. Totally.
Basically, yeah.
The most I've bought is a lab coat.
Exactly. Yeah. Ooh, that reminds me. So yeah, I think like he goes around looking for a little bit. Um, like he's gonna keep looking for the clothes shop because like he already got assigned to it, and basically, uh, he's basically just like trying to find it. But like, if there's really no luck, then I think that uh maybe he decides to reverse direction and head uptown to the church area.
Mm. Okay. Go ahead, roll
'Cause-
another searching.
Okay, okay. Oh my god.
Now, don't forget, you did just get chips.
I did. I
If-
didn't
if-
think that I would have to use them this early, though.
Didn't think you'd have to use them on a shopping trip.
Exactly.
Rip.
So which one gives me like a complete roll do-over? And which one is just I add a modifier?
Yeah, just as a refresher, which one's which?
White is reroll. Red is bardic inspiration, but the marshal gets a chip, and blue is free bardic inspiration.
I see. Okay. I'll burn a white then.
Okay. Go ahead. Do that reroll.
Actually, I have a
Wow.
question
There we go.
regarding the chips, if I may, Marshall.
Yeah,
Can we give chips to other players?
I think that's fair.
Just asking.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, like fate points. Yeah. That's a good question, actually.
I think you can. So I think it's like he heads back. He heads down. You go down. You go through the roads, grumbling to yourself, and you're like, "Fuck! I wasn't even looking." Head back down. There it is. Little shop next to the road. Cliffside Tailors.
Right. So yeah, like he just kind of like walks in and like what? How does the shopkeep react when he just sees this giant bot built like a tree man just enter the clothes shop and like just start looking around angrily?
Probably, oh god, am I going to get robbed?
I have a very important question.
Mm.
Did he bother to get Diamond's measurements before he headed out?
He did not.
Because this was like pre-standardized clothing.
Aye, this is a tailor.
To be fair, the two of them probably have been traveling a while, so it wouldn't be that unusual if he knew.
If he was getting women's clothes, you could probably make that argument, but
Yeah,
we're
Fair.
getting dudes' clothes.
Fair enough. Fuck.
Might just go for the better safe than sorry and get like pretty oversized ones then.
Mm. You come walking in, all angry, looking around. Guy behind the counter looks at you and goes, "You the father, sir?"
Sorry, what?
Nothing.
Father of who?
Nothing. How can I help you today, sir?
Right. Like I think he gets like an oh shit look on his face as he realizes what the guy just said, and he's like, yeah, actually, yes, I was looking to buy some clothes, some new outdoor clothes for my son. Yes, for my son. Could you uh could you perhaps show me what kind of fabrics you have? He doesn't know how to shop for clothes.
Well, sir, we got cotton or wool.
Or leather.
Or leather.
I think I think leather would probably be all right. Yeah,
For the whole outfit or just a piece?
a couple pieces. I don't. He quickly looks back into his pocket. How much money did Creed give him again?
$5.
Okay, let's hope that gets a decent.
That's a lot, dude.
Yeah, back
It's
then,
about
actually,
$100
it would have been a
in
lot.
today's money.
Yeah, so
Oh shit! Really? Wow.
Yeah,
you were
really.
basically given enough money to basically entirely replace Diamond's clothes,
Okay, then, yeah.
with enough room to hide any details.
Though I want to offer a fun historical fact, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Denim
on.
is from the 1600s.
What?
Yep,
I was aware of that.
the denim material has been around since the 1600s.
It was really popular among miners because it was so durable.
That's interesting.
That it is. Okay. So yeah, I think he does ask for bits of leather, and if you can kind of mix it, try to make it look, unassuming. Like we're trying. We're trying to make sure that, like, these clothes are going to get dirty. We don't want anything looking too nice, right? So
Oh, I understand, sir. Your son's a working man. You're looking for farm clothes.
Denim, cotton, and a leather jacket.
Jesus H. Christ.
Maybe a hat to go with it.
And boots.
I mean, Diamond already has boots.
Though you probably wouldn't get boots here, all things considered. You would go to a cobbler.
Mm-hmm.
And Diamond already has boots and a jacket, to be fair.
Yeah, you have an army jacket, whereas Evangeline, Chance, and Charles are wearing dusters.
Mm-hmm. Though, to her credit, that army jacket is wool.
Ooh.
That's gonna be warm.
I mean, it helps at night.
I mean, we are in Uplands, Colorado, Birchmila.
That's fair.
As a person who has had to wear wool for a full week before. Huh.
What she can't do is swim.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely not.
Diamond can't swim anyways, so.
Okay, let's not go near any lakes while we're fighting. Then.
Though, granted, leather dusters are also not great for swimming in.
Yeah.
God.
Wool is a really interesting double-edged sword as far as the water goes. Because on one hand, it'll keep you warm even if it's wet. On the other hand, it's really heavy.
Now that makes me want to recreate one of my favorite Western scenes. Say, son,
I mean,
you know how to
you got Odeon. Let's do it.
Say, son, you know how to swim? No, sir. Well, it's time for you to learn, boy. Just throws him into the lake.
God.
That was a thing my uncle did.
God.
I have no idea what the fuck you just said because my internet decided to cut in and out like fucking cheesesteak sandwiches. What the shit just happened?
Don't worry
Like-
about it.
I also don't know what you just said because I was coughing on a pepper flake.
Oh, ouch.
Anyway.
Anyways,
But
Yeah.
flannel shirt and blue jeans.
hello?
They...
Ah,
We can hear you, Sibs.
We hear you. We heard you.
everything fell apart.
We can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
It's like
Okay.
It's like an 1860s seance. We can see you. Can you hear us? Are you here with us, Doreen? Moving on.
Make
Yeah.
it known that you are here. Fuck!
I think, like, the guy holds out his hand and is like, right, if you got the measurements, I can get to work right now with the money.
I think he lists off the measurements for, like, when he was a kid. for when he was like.
Aren't you huge
much
though?
Younger. Yeah,
Pre-growth spurt.
pre-growth spurt. Yeah,
Back when you were a working boy.
yeah, basically. So, oh wait, oh that's interesting because because of backstory stuff, it might actually be a bit different, right? Because European measurements and American measurements aren't the same.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
You would
yeah,
use
yeah.
metrics.
So you literally give this man a bunch of metrics, and he goes, "So what the fuck?"
Yeah.
Wait, now, hang on though. That's a question. What did they use in the Old West? Did they use imperial or metric? Hang on, I'm gonna look this up. You continue your scene.
My gut says imperial. Meanwhile, Evangeline is trying to help Diamond come up with an alias and a backstory and all that.
Yep.
Came out from blah 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 town, came out west, find my fortune, all blah 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 blah.
Yeah, basically.
My dad's a miller, my mom's
Imperial.
seamstress, something something.
British Imperial, hilariously enough.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that's interesting. That it would be the same measurements that he dictates then.
Nice.
Yeah, he like as you're listening, he's like writing that stuff down. He goes, right. I'll just need the money, sir.
Yep.
I don't
And
know what accent I was just slipping into there, but let's not talk about it.
Talk about what?
Yeah, never happened. How much are clothes in the manual? I don't remember offhand. You can make up a number. I don't mind.
Well,
I've got the book here, 1 second.
I know a good pair of blue jeans was usually like a quarter.
Holy shit.
Is that like 20?
25 cents.
25 cents, but how much equivalent?
2 bits exactly.
Hey, I know my old school prices.
Impressive.
that's from the book for the outfit.
No, I meant a quarter is 2 bits exactly.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm still looking for it.
So yeah, he like pulls out the requisite money, and it's just like yeah, you know, this is for my son. Just yeah, if you remember right, and I hope the final product turns out well. I have faith in your establishment.
It's one thing I like telling folks that come in here for clothes. I'll make some of the best clothes this side of California. Yeah, this side of California.
Yes.
Has California been settled yet?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes, it has. There is a very major settlement in California known as Los Angeles.
Yeah.
The one time I'm actually trying to consult the book, the stupid viewer freezes.
Look,
I feel that.
That's okay.
I recently learned, I don't have it memorized, but I recently learned the official legal name of the City of Angels. It's 8
What is
words
it?
long.
What the fuck?
I don't remember what
I'm
it is, but
sorry.
it's long as fuck.
Why?
A lot of places are like that
Is
for whatever reason.
Native American name, or
No, literally Los Angeles.
oh,
Like the legal name of Los Angeles is 8 words long.
Why?
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of places are like that, but people got sick of saying it, so they just shortened it to whatever.
Now I'm trying to imagine what kind of city name would be 8 words long.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. But in
it-
English, it's Town of Our Lady, the Queen of Angels of the River. I'm not going to try to pronounce that one either.
I told you.
Basically, all I'm hearing is, we hate you old miners who can't read.
yeah, I think he takes like a couple. He takes like a bill or so out of like he just bends over and takes a bill out of the wad, just slides it over.
So Shy,
Yep.
just so you know, Chad is correcting me.
Huh?
The Old West used, by the way, Birchmiller, you cracked from Roll20. The Old West used English Imperial, but the USA officially started using the metric system in 1866. Our story takes place in 1880.
Huh.
But only for government, military, and science, of which you are a part.
Fucking nerd!
So I would say the metric system.
So
Like,
yeah, you'd say the metric system, and the tailor would be like, "Sir, we sell clothes here."
Yeah,
Sir, we are not selling drugs.
yeah. You start going through the
Get out here with your intellectual bullshit.
the guy is like, you start going through the measurements, and the guy is writing it down, and he's like, looks at it, looks at you, and says, "Sir, I'm gonna need some like real measurements. I can't make heads or tails of what you just got me right now."
well,
Sir, I don't
wait a
speak
second.
academia.
Those are real measurements.
Now, I'll believe you. I can tell by your accent you're not from around here. But, sir, I don't take kindly to being made a fool. I don't know what any of this shit means.
Okay. And like I think like he like turns around for a moment and he's like trying to convert it in his head. I imagine that would probably need a roll to fucking convert measurement systems off.
Yes.
Oh no.
So you're gonna try to convert measurements from metric to British Imperial from a memory that you have as a formative child to a tailor who then has to remember them, and there is absolutely no way in hell these clothes are gonna fit. Like, no
They
way.
will not. They will not. And
If,
that's pretty
if they aren't too small, then we're fine. As long as they are big, we are fine.
well, here's hoping, right?
Roll a knowledge.
Just flat knowledge.
Yeah, I think
You can
that-
always make them smaller. Making them bigger is much harder.
Okay.
That looks good.
Yeah. That's not bad.
Hell yeah.
So
I'm cautiously optimistic.
yeah, you can more or less do the math about right.
I have a rough idea. It might be off by like a meter, but that's fine.
For those of you
It's
playing along
fine.
at home, a meter is 2.5 feet.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. We'll worry about it later.
Right. So yeah, it would be and then like he lists it off because I don't remember the measurements for clothes offhand.
Yeah. So, wow, what the hell? Oh, here we go.
What?
Shirt and blouse for work would be $1.
Blouse.
A work shirt would be $1.
Okay.
Um,
I guess pants would be similar cost to a blouse, or would it be?
the book
different?
says boots are $8.
Yeah, boots are expensive, but they're meant to
Oh, yeah.
last for
Yeah.
like 50 years.
Yeah.
Diamond already has boots.
The boots.
Right.
We don't need to spend money on boots.
Trousers or a skirt are $2.
That makes sense. Are denim trousers listed differently?
It does not give denim.
Fair enough.
Trousers are trousers, I guess. So, yeah, $2. He just plucks it out of the wad that Creed gave him. He slides it across, and he's like, "All right, thank you for your understanding. I appreciate you working with me. I look forward to using your establishment in the future and all that.
Right. This will be done in a couple days.
Right. Yeah.
Fuck.
That's do you think there's any way that we could speed that up maybe
He
a little bit?
he leans down on the table. Sir, this is a travel town. There's a lot of people ordering a lot of things. If you want to speed yourself along, you gotta pay the express fee.
Diamond will pay you back.
The pony up
Oh, well, you'll have to pay Creed back because he's the one.
You have to pay
one
Chance back. Creed took Chance's money by force.
Oh God. Yeah, you'll have to pay the gambling addict back.
To be fair, Chance got it at cards with the tailor, so you know you're paying the man with his own money.
Oh shit!
Fuck this man.
Oh wait, is this the same guy from the bar?
No
Yeah.
idea, but the point is Chance won it in cards.
Okay, yeah.
A gambling man with a gambling plan.
It was literally, Chance, give me your winnings. It was great.
Okay. So yeah. Damn it. All right. How much?
Well,
How much are we talking about here?
Depends how express you want it to be.
1 day.
I think he leans deep, I can see how you're dressed, so I'll make you a deal. $10 and I'll have it done by the end of the day.
Absolutely not, Shade.
No, this bastard.
I think even Marcus is just like, what? You what? I'm not going to pay. Oh my God. Okay. How about $4 and you get it done by afternoon tomorrow?
What's the language one again? There, yeah. Go ahead, roll a persuasion.
Okay.
You probably should have brought Diamond for this because Diamond has really good luck with those.
That or Evangeline.
That or Chance to just pay the man.
Yes,
Or
but
Creed
it's
to
more
just pay
fun
the
to
man.
fail.
Or Diamond to pay the man.
$10
Literally, you could've brought anyone who
for
could
express service is the equivalent of a dude with a bunch of watches in his coat loudly chewing on bubblegum being like, yeah, I could get you a Rolex for $1,500 right now. Like, fuck off, man.
Yeah, I got Super Bowl tickets.
Yeah, exactly, Gamsey.
I did not do well on that roll. Just want to let that be known.
Rip.
I did not do very well.
Have we established what day of the week it is?
It is not Sunday, Creed asked. That's all we know.
Yeah.
I think it's fair. Can't one in. It's not exactly busy. Probably Wednesday.
Fair.
Nice.
I think this guy looks at. Oh God! I just realized what I've just done. I think the guy looks at you and says, $4. I can get it done by Saturday.
Sorry.
Saturday is when he said he would have it done anyway.
I think that's the joke.
God.
Mr. Dubois, if I might recommend, you know a man with a 45. I can take care of this for you.
Okay.
You also know a small
sure.
child with a weapon.
I will be right back.
Okay, well, that's Shy's Pizza.
Yeah, sounds like it.
You also know a small child with a weapon, to be fair.
True.
Correct. You also know someone who might just be able to snark him into compliance.
We can jump over to Creed getting eaten if you like.
Yeah, let's take another look at that for a little bit, shall we?
Alright. So we're going back over here, ladies and gentlemen. Where
Welcome back.
Last we were in the church, Creed has snuck down, and Chance and Creed together popped off 3 zombies. And
4.
Creed, 4. And Creed had made his way up to the one at the top, taken a good look at him, then popped him, and after he shot him, the rope there was a very clear sound of a rope snapping. Rope came down from the ceiling, hit, and the other end looks fresh, and all the other zombies have taken notice.
So I actually wanted to talk about that because I've been thinking about this for a week, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Creed doesn't have a camera.
Right.
And this is the type of thing that would be really good to document with a camera. I am fine with alerting the other zombies, but can I walk back that shot?
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with something happening up there that alerts the other zombies. I'm not trying to get out of that at all. It just occurred to me, Creed doesn't have a smartphone, and the way this dude is arranged, you should probably get a photo of it.
Pull it back before you shot him.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you said you didn't have a camera.
I don't. But cameras exist. Go.
I see what.
Go
so you're
and
saying
get
you're
one.
gonna go get one?
Exactly. This dude can't move.
Gotcha.
But for the sake of the tension and my own fuck up, I'm fine with, like, as Creed is turning to go, like, there is a noise and the zombies still get alerted. Like, I in no way do I care about that.
Not gonna shoot this guy. What's the plan then? Because they still don't have a read on you, if that's the case.
Sorry?
The others ain't got a reason to have a read on you if you ain't popped that one off yet.
Okay, fair dues. And I think, like,
It's a squirrel.
We're in a church, right?
Mm-hmm.
Squirrel.
Can we talk without shouting? I figure the acoustics in here are pretty good.
Oh, more than likely.
So I think it's dim in here. Can I see Chance? Chance can see me because I'm standing in the light, but
right.
Can I see Chance?
I mean, you know the area that I stayed in, so you could go gesture in that area.
Right. I just want to see if he's, like, you are correct, Cookie, but I want to make sure that Chance is looking at me, if that makes sense.
I guess it depends how far out of that room Chance is leaning.
I mean, enough that I can be blasting zombies, so...
Right, but you might be looking at the aforementioned zombies. Do I have a camera in my great big book of everything? I might. Let me check.
How would you fit a camera inside a book?
It's a giant merchant's case. It's not an actual book.
I think, what would be making sense is the Chance has been keeping an eye on both Creed and then any of the zombies in the surrounding area, so...
Okay.
Like, doing that thing where you, like, check on each one, then round back.
Yeah.
Check on Creed, check on the zombies. Check on Creed, check on the
So
zombies.
I
Look back
do
at Creed,
not
now look
have
back at the
a
zombies. I am
camera.
not your zombies.
On the topic of cameras, has technology progressed to the point where you can have a film reel, or do you still need to carry a booth with you to process the thing immediately?
I believe with the technologies created by Ghost Rock, you don't need a whole photo booth anymore.
At the turn of the 20th century, I can actually answer this. At the turn of the 20th century, they had movie theaters. They had silent movie theaters in, like, 1910. So we're a bit before that, but it's close, and with Ghost Rock, makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So I do not have a camera in my great big book of everything, but I would like to look up at Mr. Chance and make the international sign of taking a picture.
The hands on a box, click, click, motion with your finger thing.
Exactly.
In this case, I guess it would be one hand on a box, the other hand holding up the little doodad with a button.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And gesture at our ritual boy here.
Mm-hmm.
And then start to make my way back to the stairs. But the thought occurs to me, like, I want your opinion on this, Cookie. Like, sincerely, like,
Yeah, no, let's talk about this.
aside from the dude who is staked to the ground and hanging from the ceiling, and thus very arguably a threat to anyone, there's still like there's more than that. There's a shit ton of zombies in here.
Yeah.
In the time that it takes us to go and get a camera and come back, they could get out.
Exactly. I mean, this was something I was planning on addressing once you got back up here, but
I mean, yeah,
unless one of you wants to stay and the other go fetch one.
Like, and yeah, like that is absolutely a thing that we can discuss. I just do. Okay, so we're in agreement that it warrants discussion. Does it warrant discussion before Creed comes back upstairs? Was my question.
I don't believe so.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just head back upstairs to Chance then.
Okay.
So yeah, Creed gets up there, like tucks the crucifix under his arm. You know, we're both probably like crouched on the railing and speaking low enough that we're not going to alert the zombies, but obviously stream.
Right.
I don't know how well you can see, Mr. Chance, but our fella right there dangling from the ceiling has been put on display in a way that I would like to make a permanent record of, both for my own investigations and for Miss Kincaid. Now, there is, in my experience, no way to attend to the tortured souls that we see wandering about this temple of the Almighty, but at the same time, they're not currently a threat to anyone, so it might be advisable to reserve our resources.
I believe I am in agreement with you, Mr. Creed. Though they have been able to be upkept in this here house of God, I do believe it would be kind if one of us was to stick around and make sure that things stay the way they is.
There's an inherent danger to that, Mr. Chance, as I'm sure your ranger training has made you aware of. The situation could alter. They could be empowered by some dark force at a moment's notice. I would advise whoever remained here to do so in the bell tower, not where an individual could shamble abreast.
I completely agree with you, Mr. Creed, and if I may, I'm not entirely sure of your abilities in the spiritual. However, I have picked up a knack for understanding when certain forces are at play.
I have devices that can assist me, but there is no better teacher than experience and natural talent, Mr. Chance, as I'm sure you yourself are aware. Do I take that to mean that you are volunteering?
Well, I do believe it would be better for someone who was a little lesser known to, if the chance happens, bite the dust rather than the accredited Charles Creed.
I would make 3 requests of you, Mr. Chance. First, if we can, let us not disturb our friend on display until either the press or myself returns. 2, you will not endanger yourself in any way in order to concede the first point. And 3, you do not make me regret this, Mr. Chance.
Well, Mr. Creed, as far as the first request goes, I'll do what I can in my ability to make sure that the gentleman stays the way he is, if not in better condition. For the second request, you think I'm that much of an ignoramus? And as for the third request, well, you've seen what has happened in the past. I believe I can keep my own 2 feet here.
Very well, I will be as prompt as I am able, Mr. Chance. That being said, the sun is setting, and neither one of us wants to be down here in the dark, I am sure. So let us depart me a bit further than yourself.
Mr. Creed, if you are out by the time the sun has fully set, expect that I will have not stayed here, but we should meet back at the Black Water.
Nodding. Agreed. Mind the forest is caving there. He stops. There are things in this forest, Mr. Chance, that I do not fully ken, and that should bother you to the same degree that it bothers me. Be careful coming back to town.
Nodding.
Put the crucifix and the Bible back in the case, close the case up, pick it up, start climbing up the ladder.
Mm-hmm. Scuttle your way on up now. It's getting
I believe Shy is back.
Yellow.
Welcome back, Shay.
So
Yes.
while you're skedaddling back to town, Creed. Come back to Mr. Dubois, unless you had something else you wanted to do real quick.
I only had one additional question.
Mm-hmm.
About how long do Chance and I have before it is dark, and how long does it take to get back to town proper?
Back to town proper. It'll probably take about 15 minutes.
Okay.
It's a bit of a mild trek out here.
Right, but it was sunset when we got here, and we fucked around for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
If it's gonna take 15 minutes back to town, you might just want to come with me, Chance. We'll do it tomorrow.
Seems a good a plan as any.
Because I definitely don't want to be out here after dark.
Yeah. I think just before we go, if you'll permit me, there's one thing I'd like to attempt.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a hex sense.
Okay. Remind us what that does.
I will as soon as I get to the page for it. Hex sense. Hex sense enables the huckster to detect magical emanations and enchantments. Depending on the hand, I can learn if there are any magical effects, what type of magical effects, the general effect of the magic, the exact magic, or if there is any remaining magic on whatever it is I'm looking.
I see. Okay. Feel you free to attempt.
Speaking of cards, when do we give these cards back?
Now is plenty good. Before you start drawing cards, Cook.
Yeah.
Let me recall the cards.
The cards.
There you go.
Is the deck nice and shuffled?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's draw my hand of 6. Motherfucker.
You got the Black Joker, didn't you?
I was 1 away from a flush.
Oh!
All right.
That would have you everything, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would have.
Man.
I have a pair of aces, though, so what does a pair give me? A pair gives me the type of magic. If there is any.
Does it tell you its source? Is that an innate part of the thing?
Actually, yes, from the previous. Magical effect sources within the area are known, and the type of magic, be it relic, favor, miracle, hex, favor, black magic, or abomination.
Gotcha. Well, with this revelation, let's come back real quick. You do detect magic,
Oh,
obviously.
good. Oh, good.
Nope, no magic here. These guys are all just poor schmucks of a leper.
Wow.
It's
Of
it's
course it
probably
is.
hard to look at my case when you do that,
Probably a bit.
because my case
Um,
has a whole bunch of blessed shit in it.
mhm.
Yeah, it's just like you give me a minor flashbang, and it's just like, look into the church.
Hello. Case flashback. Hello. Anyway, you look out there, and the Mr. Sir that's all strung up, pretty like,
Uh-huh.
is glowing off with some dark magic.
Oh, boy. Well, have we got some things to discuss back in the room?
Yup.
Okay, we can go back to Mr. Dubois now.
And my attempts at haggling.
Last thing from me, and then by all means, Shy, take the stage. I am keeping my gun belt unclipped until we're in the town, because if we get jumped by a Skaven, I'm shooting it in the face.
Wise.
Okay, fair
Because
enough.
I'm not dying to a goblin 5 feet from town, that's why.
Yeah, I said wise, not why.
Oh, sorry.
I thought you said what?
So,
Side note, if he takes too long getting these clothes, I'm going to encourage Diamond to just leave the coat behind and we'll do some investigating.
Oh no.
so Shy,
Uh-huh.
what are your following attempts to convince them, like, hey, no, it's cool?
All right. I've got one. Okay. So I think like after the tailor offers him like, oh, I'll get it done by Saturday for $4, he's like, all right, listen, man. If you don't want the Reverend Sister on your ass, I would recommend you expedite it exponentially and give me the goddamn clothes for my son by tomorrow for $4. It's a small town, right? They recognize each other, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
dear Lord.
Daisy's probably like someone who doesn't let people fuck with her, right?
Dear Lord, he's invoking Daisy.
Do you have a surname for Daisy and the Reverend yet? Because I have one if you don't.
I actually do not.
Carver.
Daisy
like
Carver sounds sick. Yeah.
Reverend
Yeah.
Carver and Daisy Carver.
Totally. So, Shy, like you to do another persuasion. Or, sorry, there is. We determined overall was for intimidating, didn't we?
Basically,
No, overalls is what he's trying to buy for Diamond.
God. Like
Yes,
what do you mean?
Gamsey.
Yes. Okay. Give me an overall and then draw a card.
Overa?
Overall.
Overall,
Sorry.
it's a skill.
It's
Welcome back,
under mine.
Zibs.
Sorry about that. My fan got something caught in it. It was making this god awful grinding noise.
Hey, at least you fixed it.
Mhm.
I was able to get it mostly fixed. I'll have to take a look at my laptop after the game.
No worries.
Okay. Now draw yourself a card and show it off.
Oh, yeah, sure.
King.
That's the
Okay.
king, baby.
That's it.
Oh.
You say all this to him, and he's just
Pale in the face.
now I know you ain't gonna bring Daisy down on little me. That's not fair. That's not fair. All right, I'll see what I can do. But after I do this order for you, sir, I don't want to see you in the shop again, because that, sir, is not a fair deal to make. And I cannot call your bluff because you are not from this town. And I ain't no goddamn gambling man. Not after yesterday.
Bit smarter than I gave you credit for, sir. Pleasure doing business with you.
Pleasure's mine.
Kind of do a little smug walking away towards the door.
Right.
Bastard scientist, TM.
I am dreading when Daisy finds out you try to leverage her against him.
What? I mean, it was by her request, was it not?
Yes, but going about it like that.
She doesn't have to know right away. We might be out of town by the time she's
Like, there's a difference between, hey, do you think you could hurry up? Daisy asked me to do this, and you better do this or Daisy's gonna come down on you. But yeah, so I'm guessing he goes back to the
yeah, it just heads back to the Blackwater.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, he remembered the name. Yeah. Head on back to the Blackwater. Gonna head up and let them know about the clothes.
Yeah, just step through the doors, up the stairs, just kind of like what are they in the middle of doing when I open the door?
Probably still cutting off badges of honor, roughing up the jacket a little bit.
Oh Jesus, that was a lot of badges then.
Yeah, her dad is important.
Brutal.
Decorated war hero.
Oh God.
I think that's actually what that's what he walks in on. Decorated war hero, my ass.
It looks like the giant pile of badges. Well, it certainly seems like he was one.
No one cares about what he was. This jacket's mine now.
I'm sorry, decorated war hero. My mama made this badge.
If anything, I think Diamond would keep anything made by her mom as long as it isn't explicitly aligned. She would probably keep it.
No, that's fair.
So have you come up with the pseudonym yet, or?
Not yet.
All right. There you are. There you are, Mr. Du Bois.
Mr. Dubois, if you will. And yes, I managed to get you a new wardrobe, Miss Papadakis, though I will add that we may experience some turmoil in a couple days if things go sideways, and
Would you care to expound? Would you care to expound on that?
How do you goof up buying clothes?
I did not goof up buying clothes, for one thing. I managed to get them for much better than... I managed to get them much quicker than the man himself offered, and...
But...
well, I may have invoked the name of the good Reverend Sister. So she
Diamond starts laughing.
You threatened to call Daisy down on that poor man.
Well,
yeah, Diamond is laughing her ass off.
God knows I don't have any influence in this town. I imagine they respect her.
Respect her, fear her.
Yeah,
reason.
well, I mean, last time I tried to threaten someone in this town, I got iron pulled on me, so I'm not looking to try that again. At
Perhaps,
least not right away.
perhaps you should have just paid the man like he asked.
Pay him $10.
What in hell's name did you get me?
I got you perfectly fine clothes for $4.
Then
That
what about
worked.
the other 6?
Well, that was part of the haggling. It's slower now.
Haggling. That's what he
I'm
calls.
sorry. Am I misunderstanding? He asked for 4, you gave him 10.
No, he asked for 10, I gave him 4.
I see.
When am I gonna have
Well,
this
what
new
was he asking
outfit?
for $10 for? What did you get her?
Normal clothes. He wanted to hike it up. I don't. All I asked was to get it a bit quicker, and he immediately doubled the price. What? Americans, my God.
Snickering. I like how Diamond acts like $10 is a lot of money. Meanwhile, she has like literally 10K on her person.
You have
Oh.
$10,000 on your person.
Sorry, what?
Say that again.
Hi.
Say that again.
What?
Hi. Hi. Fuck all of you. I can get us all of our supplies.
You could get literally a steamboat for that much.
Yeah.
Like what?
Hi.
If we really need to escape,
She is
Hi.
Connie on steroids.
You could buy a Gatling gun. You could buy a
Diamond ain't
couple.
gotta.
My Witcher case.
Problem.
My Witcher case was 3,000, and I could barely like spend all of that. What the fuck?
Rich little child.
oh my goodness.
She is the very daughter of a modern major general.
Yeah, right. When do we show up, by
And
the
then
way,
she
Marshall?
proceeded to-
It's
And then
probably
she proceeded to steal from the modern major general
it's
a
probably
lot of shit.
probably not too long after this conversation has occurred.
Okay.
Like hey, I
that's-
doubled the price. In comes the other two.
That's really
Fucking
frustrating because I
Americans.
was hoping the 3 of us could sneak off before they got back.
Damn.
Oh my goodness.
Can we
I'm-
sneak off before they get back?
We probably would have had to
Charity
sneak.
rolls.
sneak off.
I'm kidding.
Like, to be fair, we weren't
Probably
gone
had
that long. Like,
I know, but you had that whole big section to yourselves, and
I know, like, by all means, like, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna argue. I'm just saying we weren't gone that long.
There is a window in the room. If you wanted to try, you certainly could.
I just meant walk out the door before they got back, but all right. Anyway. Look, clothes aside, what say you 3 we go investigate this town?
I wanna.
What in particular are we going to be investigating? The church?
Well, there's the church. I suppose we could start with the church since she air quotes zombies or not. I suspect that might be our best lead to finding the Reverend. The barkeep also said something about the railroad trail. Railroad companies having their hands
I'm
around
not
politics around
one
here.
for gang politics. The church does seem of interest, though.
The church is where they were going, anyways, wasn't it?
It was.
That's where they. Yeah, then let's go meet them there. We came as backup. Pulls out the fucking gun.
Well, first of all, I think we might be underestimating what actual threat is in there. If there's 13 of these, I think 13 was the number that they talked about.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
If there's 13 of these zombies or people, whatever they
Why are y'all talking like the Walking Dead ain't a thing?
Because they're not. There's a perfectly scientific explanation for whatever is going on in that church. And
Science or not, they're still the Walking Dead. You can scientifically explain why there's a walking corpse. You can't, but still, it's the Walking Dead.
Miss Papadakis.
Semantics.
Miss Papadakis, it is awfully polite to call ill man a corpse.
Squint. I'm pretty sure if they came from a graveyard, they ain't just a sick man, ma'am.
We are not sure if they came from the graveyard. All we know is that corpses are missing from there.
At least you seem to see sense, Mr. Dubois.
Well, it's rare to meet someone who actually isn't superstitious on this side of the world, so I figure, well met, Miss Kincaid.
Superstitions are how you avoid getting possessed. It's also how you avoid getting ghosts.
Look, are we gonna go investigate or what are we doing?
Yeah.
Let's go to that church. I'll have to go around though. I don't fancy my chances of falling from a second-story building.
Evangeline was just gonna walk out the door and down the stairs.
Yeah.
Diamond is a little
yeah. So
disappointed.
I think he says that, and he's like looking towards the window, and like Kincaid just walks past, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
Diamond a little disappointed. Damn it.
Real quick before they leave, she's gonna ask the barkeep to expound on the rail gangs a bit more.
I mean, you probably
still have
know.
time after that?
What'd you say, Gamesy?
Hang on, I'm doing a little bit of measuring in my head.
Okay.
No, yeah, you guys would actually still have time between them coming back if it's 15 minutes. Because that shop wouldn't have been more than 3 or 4 minutes from the tavern, from the saloon. Because that's how you get your business. You keep close to the big social centers.
Yep.
Naturally. Yeah. Evangeline's just looking for any connections she can.
I think you, Miss Evangeline, probably know a lot already because this isn't a new situation. The railway gangs have been breathing down people's necks up and down the coast because everyone's trying to build the railway that'll take them to California, to the Ghost Rock.
The last one to the Lost Angels is a rotten egg.
last one to the is a rotten egg. First one is a very rich man.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right. In that case, yeah. To the church. Actually, better question. Would the Reverend's dwelling be near the church, or would it be off somewhere else?
It'd probably be off somewhere else. No, I think you would live near the. I think a Reverend around this time would live near the church.
Or in it.
Or in it.
Yeah, or in it.
I kind of fuddled this, didn't I? No, yeah. He probably lives in the church.
To the church?
Boy. To the church.
Oh.
Let's go.
So do we run into the other two or do we pass them? Or rather, do we run into the other two or do we
manage to get around them?
Are you guys just taking the main road straight up to the church?
Well, I don't know about you guys, but Evangeline would... What?
Are there any side roads?
I mean, not really. There's
Yeah.
there's the main way to the church, and then there's the forest.
Then yeah, probably the main road.
If you take in the main road, you're probably gonna end up running into them.
I mean, we could always stick to the woods and just stay barely out of sight.
True.
It's getting dark.
Okay.
We'll be out in the woods at dark, so ooh.
So, to the church, to the church, to the church, to the
To the
church.
church.
Do we get a
Woo.
roll to see them?
Yeah, you will.
Cool.
Damn it.
I mean, it does make sense, yeah.
How long
Well,
does
yeah,
your
it does,
hex
but
sense
damn it.
last, Cookie?
How long does it last? Here, I made a folder for all my things. So
Because
it's easier for me to
Evangeline has
access.
magic around her. Lest you forget.
Dude,
She does?
Yes. She's possessed by
I
evil
need to-
spirits.
Oh.
Not
Oh.
exactly like that, but
Would it not ping his magic?
my hex sense is it's like an instantaneous thing.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
yeah, it's not like Oh, what's the darn spell called? Anyway,
So what's the roll to see them or sign of them?
It's gonna be
Because I think it is fair to say, with it getting dark, if Creed sees sign of somebody going up to the church, knowing that the people of the town want to burn the church down, like, I feel like that would be something that Creed would try to head off if he sees sign, and I don't think that's too metagamey.
I don't
Not
think so.
really.
So let's say scrutinizing from one of you two, and a sneak from one of you three.
all right.
Just saying,
Do
tracking is a skill, and I'm only bringing it up because it's better for me than scrutinize.
Oh, are you trying to track them specifically?
No, but like I said,
Oh.
if I saw a sign of somebody going to the church,
Where would sneaking be? Because I feel like I put something into that, but I could be misremembering.
sneaking is I'm looking.
Nimbleness.
Yeah, I have like 1 in sneak. Does anyone have better?
I have 1 in sneak with a 3d6 base.
I do
1
not
in
have
sneak with a
that.
3d6 base as well.
I've got 2d6 with a 4 in tracking and a 2 in scrutinize. Cook, what do you got?
I got 1d12 in scrutinize and nothing in tracking. So
Would be okay.
Du Bois somehow doesn't
Fuck.
seem very sneaky to me.
Not at all. So,
Okay,
So would you
running
like to, or
guys.
should I?
Whichever one of us you think has better dice luck.
I have no idea, so here goes nothing.
Yep, let's try it.
pray to nibbles now.
I believe.
Do you want to do scrutinize, Cook, or would you like me to do it?
D6 versus D12.
A single D12 versus a couple D6.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'll let you take this one.
All right.
What do you mean a couple d6?
Badoop.
Yes.
Fair enough. Actually, I'm stupid.
So
Uh,
it's
Hang on. I'm gonna use a red chip on that.
okay.
Bastard.
Oh.
I mean, if we're doing that, I'm gonna too.
But boink.
Okay.
Shit. But boink.
So you get a chip from me, Gamzee.
Hey Marshall, you get a couple chips.
Oh god.
Oh, you're keeping track physically on your table, Cookie?
I am actually.
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey Marshall, add a couple of white chips to your pot.
Oh god.
Okay.
Getting
So
rerolls.
I think you'll probably end up spotting them, Creed. As they're
Damn it.
like sneaking through the woods, one of them makes a misstep somewhere.
So they get off the road and they hide, and then Dubois sneezes, and Creed like looks over.
A different kind of heck sense. You sense someone going heck in the woods.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think. Did I roll high enough that my instinct does not pull out my gun and point it?
Comparative to what they did, yes.
Okay, good.
Fuck.
So,
Damn it. I wanted it to be Creed pulls out gun. Diamond pulls out gun.
so I think yeah, it's like Creed like
Dubois
looks
gets
over,
shot? I don't want that to happen.
looks over, stops
Diamond has no
walking,
hesitation.
nudges Chance, sighs. Miss Kincaid, what precisely are you doing?
Investigating. What does it look like I'm doing?
Well, it looks like you're taking a frolic through the woods.
Towards the church, when I specifically said don't go to the church after dark. You'll note, Miss Kincaid, your 2 armed escorts are nowhere near the church after dark.
It ain't dark yet.
It's getting to be fairly soon, though.
It will be by the time you get there.
Well, did you at least learn anything interesting while you were in there?
I intended to inform you of the entirety of what we have discovered. In point of fact, I require your assistance.
My
Is that right?
assistance. Well, color
Great.
me surprised.
Perhaps I need to correct the record yet again, Miss Kincaid. You are more than adequate assistance. You are fully capable. I simply do not wish you to meet an untimely demise.
Bluntly, I don't either, but I haven't met it yet, so
Skeptics are dangerous things, Miss Kincaid.
unfortunately so is assuming every bump in the night is a monster.
I do not disagree with you, but one of those 2 things keeps you out of the cave in the middle of the night, and the other one puts a chip on your shoulder to make certain that you go directly into the jaws of death.
No, I left my poker chips back at the room, Creed.
More to the point, says the person who just walked into the jaws of death.
You could have insisted on coming with me.
Hmm?
You could have insisted on coming with me, and you did not.
But was I supposed to leave Miss Diamond all by, well, not all by her lonesome, but
Of the 2 of us, you had the more dangerous assignment, Miss Kincaid.
she grins.
Smirk. Yeah, smirks a bit.
Is there any way that I can entreat the 3 of you to come back to the Blackwater and we can compare notes? Are you insistent on going into the jaws of death after dark?
Evangeline looks at the other 2 to see any reaction from them. If there's nothing, she'll just roll her eye. What?
I imagine if we all go in numbers, there will be a lot more of a better chance that we don't meet an untimely demise.
I'm gonna be real, I was really waiting for the monotone. Yes.
Diamond is like kind of grumbling, but she isn't gonna argue. Not yet.
Glances
Yet.
at Chance.
I'm going to see that church eventually.
I think yet's being the operative word here, but if you insist on going back to the Blackwater, I suppose we could.
Miss Kincaid,
Bah.
insisting anything with you does not do any good except to convince you to run off on your own. If you are determined to go to that church, then I am determined to keep you in my sight.
I'm sorry. She just acquiesced. What?
I don't know what you acquiesced to. It was a binary choice.
Let me rephrase. If you want to go back, we can, but I'll go look eventually.
Right, no. Like what Creed said was if you want to go look now, fine, but whatever you want to do, I'm going with you. Like I'm not going to go back to town and have you run towards the church.
Fair enough. She'll just start walking back towards the town.
Wait, he just offered to come with us. Isn't this guy a famous monster hunter? I don't.
Yeah, he is, but he has notes apparently.
The smart
no,
money
yeah.
is to go back in the daylight, Mr. Dubois.
Well,
By
you've
all
got-
means, the three of you can join us on our next reconnaissance mission. This was more a formality, if you will.
To make certain that it's not something beyond the grip of two skeptics and yourself, Miss Papadakis.
Shrugs. Noted.
if you were all afraid of the dark, I don't mind going back at daylight.
Looks Dubois dead in the eyes. I am terrified of the dark, Mr. Dubois.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm following Evangeline. Wherever Evangeline
Yeah,
goes, that's where I'm going.
So I guess we all
Diamond
head
kind
back
of
to
drags
the
her
inn.
feet. Yeah, Diamond dragging her feet like a fucking child.
I mean, she is.
Yeah.
So,
She's 17!
close enough.
Child.
So back to town then.
Yep.
Small bean.
No.
Jump back to the.
I could not
the-
help but notice, Miss Papadakis, that you are not sporting a new wardrobe.
It'll be done sometime soon. What time did you say, Dubois?
I'll manage to get it arranged for tomorrow afternoon.
Good man. I would have gone for this evening, personally.
Yeah, that would have doubled the price. So.
Twice of $2 is $4. I gave you $5.
So.
So about that.
Creed looks over, like cocked eyebrow.
Okay, so when I entered the tailor, initially I was under the impression that yes, it would be about $2 for the tailor to make it. But then he said that it would take 4 days for it to be done for $2. I said, you know, how much is it to get it for by the end of the day? And then he offers $10. $10 bloody dollars. So then I have to go and convince him to go down on it, and eventually I do get him to go down to $4, but it's for tomorrow afternoon.
Do you understand the difficulty of having Miss Papadakis walk around in that dress with the now shorter hair when we're trying to disguise her as a young man?
Yes, and we can have the clothes by afternoon and have the entire afternoon tomorrow to investigate.
Which is wonderful, Mr. Dubois, and I agree with you, but here we are in the woods outside of town, having had to go through the town to get here with Miss Papadakis dressed like that.
There's always the option of a hat or a bandana.
Of
One of
course,
those-
you got her a hat, right, Mr. Dubois?
I can cover my own hat. I could cover my own damn clothes.
I am not gonna ask you to sell your ice cream money for clothes in disguise. Creed looks at her when she makes the noise like, what?
I have a good bit of cash on me. I didn't just take supplies, good sir. I didn't just take supplies.
And I'm sure the $5 you have will be better served for your own devices.
She shakes her head, like just slow shake of the head. I'll tell you back in the room.
Stops. Quietly moves between Chance and Diamond.
I'm just gonna put myself here, not to prevent a pickpocketing or anything.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right?
Hey. Okay, I do have 3 ranks in sleight of hand.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
You would, wouldn't he?
Diamond will wound you, and then she will leave the rest to Dubois.
So we're going
Nice.
back to the room.
Yep.
Okay.
Spinning royal flush. Everybody comes in. Creed closes the door. How much money precisely are you moving about with, Miss Papadakis, and where are you keeping it?
Just about everywhere on my supplies, on my person, anywhere I can hide money.
And the total of that money would be...
Not said on the town street.
No, we're back in the
She
room.
is, yeah,
Oh,
she's
sorry.
smirking. And I think she, like, starts going through her stuff. Like, she pulls, like, a couple rolls, like, she pulls a roll of cash out of her pocket. She pulls it out of her fucking suitcase and out of 1 or 2 other spots. This isn't all of it. That is a mere portion of the $10K I stole from my dad.
Eyes are dinner plates.
Appreciative whistle.
I'm
Choking.
sorry. You have what?
This is my
Diamond is
first
like-
time hearing about this too.
Where do you think I got the money for our supplies as we traveled?
I didn't think it was 10,000.
Let's not shout. I know we're in the privacy of the inn, but we don't know
Yeah,
how things
yeah,
go
like-
These
Hold on.
rooms are not
South Park.
private by any means, Mr. Dubois. I agree with Miss Kincaid. Creed looks like he's torn between, like, you know, giving Diamond a good slap and, like, in his head going, she's 17, she's 17. She's like, he's like, oh, he's mad.
The anger is palpable.
Miss Papadakis, I do have one question, if you'll permit it.
What's up?
How much do you know about poker?
Not much.
Mr. Chance.
Oh,
I
do not gamble with her. Do not.
I am
gamble with
not implying I'm stealing this child's winnings.
If you need money, I'll give it.
I'm
I'm
more
not asking for
concerned
money.
about the posse her father is gonna send after that money.
What's your point, Mr. Chance?
I'm saying that, well, usually if somebody comes into that amount of money, there is a jackpot to be had. I was just making sure that nothing like that would have came from a gambling woman.
Nope. Just a real fast sweep of the house.
If you guys don't mind continuing this talk, I have to go attend to something
Okay.
very quick.
Okay.
Go for it.
Just a real fast sweep of the house and a quick, well, I'm out of this house as soon as I humanly can be before my dad gets back.
Your father just keeps
Should say-
10,000 in American bills just sitting around the house. And he's looking at
Not sitting
Chance like,
around.
pardon fuck.
Not just sitting around, I found it in all his various hidden safes and all of his little private offices.
Wow.
I was concerned about Texas Rangers rolling in looking for the Colonel's daughter. Now, we have a bigger problem on our hands, gentlemen. Miss Kincaid.
Yes, we do.
Agreed.
Kincaid seems distracted. I don't suppose you've ever considered writing for the tombstone epitaph.
I don't think Diamond's even heard of that.
We could always use keen-eyed sleuths.
Shrugs. Depends on what I do before I go north.
Speaking of keen-eyed sleuths, Miss Kincaid, would you happen to have a camera?
Let me check. Actually, I don't think I ever finished jotting down my trappings.
Ow.
Mike
Hello?
exploded at the end there.
What the? Where the fuck is this boy's name?
Boy.
What boy?
Oh, no one has asked yet why Diamond is running away from home?
That's because you're with two outlaws.
Yep.
Right. So I forgot to finish writing down my equipment. So would it be possible to retroactively say
Gamzee's not
she
here,
has one?
so...
Games isn't here, so.
Right. Fuck.
A question.
So
from
the answer to your question is
Maybe.
maybe. And if she doesn't, maybe she knows where to find one, being a reporter and all.
Fair.
Found the name.
Nice.
I need to write this down for the sake of my own notes.
With your permission, Miss Papadakis, I would recommend we send an envoy with, say, 50 of your hard-won dollars and get the tailor out of bed.
I'm fine with that.
But
There's a
also,
lot you could do with $50.
do you understand the gravity of what you have, Miss Papadakis?
Absolutely.
Clearly you don't. Clearly
I do.
you don't.
I really do. And she has like this shit-eating grin on her face.
Then
It's
I
pain.
would encourage you not to hyperinflate a town's economy and thus destroy it.
I'm not. I just need those clothes to disguise myself fast. And if it's by tomorrow afternoon, I don't think we're going anywhere. The rest of us are not.
Except to the church.
We
Creed,
going there tonight?
Creed points at Evangeline.
That was meant to be sarcastic, if it wasn't clear.
We can. But there are bigger problems. Problems that are best suited for your talents, Miss Kincaid.
What are the problems?
The rail company murdered one of the mayor's aides.
What?
What?
Did you read that note, Fox?
Read that note, Fox.
Did you ever?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Welcome
Do
back.
explain.
Gamzee had a question. Alright, fuck's sake. Birchmila had a question for Gamzee.
I forgot to actually write down my trappings, so would it be reasonable to say she had a camera? Being a reporter and all?
Yeah. I think so.
Cool. How much would that cost?
About
Well, there's the
$10,000.
thing. The cameras aren't listed in the book.
Hmm.
Photographic plate? That's not what I'm after. Oh, yeah, they are.
Yes,
Holy
it is
shit.
actually.
$3.
That's it?
Yeah. Weird.
$3 for a plate.
No, $3 for a camera.
Oh! How much for a plate?
For a plate, it's $1.
Honest to goodness, I expected those to be way more expensive.
Yeah, me too.
Ghost rock.
Valid.
Valid.
All I'm saying is, why is a camera $3 and a guitar is $8?
You gotta tune a guitar.
You don't tune a camera.
There's a
Yeah, and
lot
dare I
of work that
say,
goes into
ha.
a guitar.
Anyways, what do you say about there being a dead mayor's assistant in the fucking church of all
That's
places?
what I wanted to talk to Miss Kincaid about.
I'm listening.
First of
She gets her
all,
notepad out.
I need your camera. Oh, rather, I need you to operate your camera. I would never dream of taking such a thing from you, Miss Kincaid.
All right.
It is not going to do me any good to tell you what we found up in the church, but I'm going to do it anyway.
listening intently.
There are currently, providing they stay there over the time. Hey, Sibs, you're clicking a little bit.
Sorry.
No worries. 3 dead men, 10 living, well, unliving men, and
Walking dead men.
and 1 man on display. The 3 dead men are because of myself and Mr. Chance.
I take it you're not speaking metaphorically here.
No, ma'am. We investigated the corral, if you will call it as such, where the denizens of this town put the walking dead, determined that they are, in fact, the walking dead of the most basic variety. Unfortunately, and believe me, Miss Kincaid, I checked, they are beyond curatives. And we were, pardon me, I was accosted by 3 of them, and therefore self-defense was required. Thank you again, Mr. Chance, for your assistance.
Much obliged.
Luckily for us, the other 10 were not particularly interested in continuing the scuffle and allowed me to look about. There was 1 man very clearly on display. He had a noose round his neck and the other end through the beams at the top of the church. But that is not the important thing about him, Miss Kincaid. The important thing about him were the 3 railroad spikes driven rather sacramentally to give him the appearance of being in prayer at the pulpit.
Nothing sacramental about it.
Is there any off chance I could make a roll to see if Diamond knows jack diddly shit about this?
Actually, believe so.
What would it be?
I gotta remind myself real quick. Hold on.
Does somebody have a plastic cup? I can't tell who's letting up, but it sounds like somebody has a straw in a plastic cup every so often.
I don't have anything like that. My computer isn't making noise again.
Ceramic.
I can't tell if it's Birchmila or Sibs.
Is it like that?
No. It's gone now.
I'm not sure.
Nope, there it is. It's Sibs, 100%.
What is it?
Wow.
I'm not touching anything.
Might be your fan.
Like there's there's lighting up, and it sounds like when you have an empty cup, and it has a straw in it, and the straw is like rattling around inside the empty cup.
I mean, my microphone isn't touching anything, and I don't have any cups near me.
Weird. Anyway.
I think Evangeline is listening along, but she starts unpacking her camera and the equipment.
What's that roll I need to make, or is there?
Yeah, I was waiting on the roll.
What is... There's like an occult or something one, isn't
Oh
there?
yeah, Academia Occult.
Yeah, Academia Occult.
Yeah.
I don't have Academia Occult. I have General Academia, History General.
Go for that.
Like History General or just Knowledge in general?
History.
Nope.
Actually...
What?
Actually.
You
Oh, Lord.
Situations with the rising dead and people put on display aren't exactly out of the norm of discussion from your household. You've heard it come up from your dad once or twice that one zombie shows up all strung up on display looking pretty and proper, and all of a sudden every dead body within a 2-mile radius starts getting up as well. Takes a while, but
I think Diamond like is listening, and then she says, "Wait a second, like it. Damn, I've heard about this exact same thing from my dad. Over eavesdropping, of course, but I've heard of this exact same thing. One is set up like that, and then more show up as time goes on."
I am aware, Miss Papadakis, though I appreciate your insight. The problem is, there is no amount of explanation in that regard that will sway the opinion of Miss Kincaid, so I am keeping it within the realm of her understanding. Turning back to Evangeline.
She's distracted by the camera.
I recovered 2 things from the scene, elsewise I left it be.
Do
What
tell.
were the 2 things?
One was a scrap of parchment, which I have not currently read. The other is a symbol that I have committed to memory and placed in my own notes in this regard. That secondary symbol was drawn by the appointed in his own blood near the pulpit itself. Taking out my little black book showing her the symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
Gross.
I'm guessing she wouldn't recognize it, but is there a roll I can make?
Can Diamond try as well?
Yeah, I'll show everybody.
I'm trying to think. Cookie,
Hi.
I know you have it. Roll the occult.
Okay.
I'm almost certain you have it.
I absolutely have it. But boink.
The other 2, I don't know.
Nice.
I mean, I could try general
I do
history
not.
again.
Yeah, I could just do a general knowledge.
Go ahead. I think I'll get to you, Cook,
Okay.
because yours is going to be a little lengthy.
Make sure you're
Gotcha.
rolling as Evangeline, Gracie.
You're right.
So, for Diamond, I think this is just more of like snooping through Dad's shit whenever he gets angry to try and make it worse.
Yeah.
You-
Fight!
Every time he's ever brought up these situations, there's documents detailing this symbol. It's always the same general sequence of events. Symbol next to a dead body, or symbol next to a zombie that's all strung up, and zombies start showing up alongside it. Standard fare. Birchmila, I don't think Miss Evangeline really knows anything about this symbol.
Looks ominous. That's about all I got.
That it does.
Chance.
Hello. Time for info dump.
From your understanding of the less savory ways of the world, this is a symbol of spite. This is something that is drawn when someone is going to die and they want to make sure no one gets off the hook for it. It invokes a certain dark magic that once the person that's drawn it dies, they become something of a totem pole, spreading more dark magic across the area, influencing every dead body it can possibly touch. Be that trees, animals, or people.
So it's a
boy.
case of all y'all coming with me.
Well, I had my suspicions, and now you have confirmed them, Mr. Creed.
I've seen the symbol before.
Closes the journal back up before anybody can turn another page. Passes the note that I got without reading it to Evangeline.
I'll open it up and try and read it.
What it says inside is, We told you you're gonna sign the papers. We ain't doing none of this secondary party nonsense again.
Secondary party.
Sorry, third party.
Third party. That makes more sense.
I get the two confused a lot.
Any signature or anything on it? Or, is it like any sort of specific letterhead?
Sorry, I'm becoming full of air. It's signed the Crawford lads. Thank you. That's awful. And
The
not
Crawford lads.
I like Crawford lads. What are you on?
I do too.
Yeah, let's go with it.
It's not what I wanted, but you know what? We're gonna go with it.
Why? What did you want?
I was gonna say Crawford boys, but we're gonna go with Crawford lads.
Crawford lads. I'm into it.
Lads.
Crawford
Nice.
lads.
Lad.
I don't suppose.
know, lad.
I don't suppose any of y'all are familiar with the Crawford lads.
Never. Probably not.
I mean,
What do they have?
I've been in this area before. What's that role?
Well, we've had a lot of these tonight. It's a history.
Hey.
History. I don't have history.
Home county also works because you don't
Oh.
particularly have one, so
Boop.
you can use that as a history.
Yeah, go.
God damn, Bobby.
Yeah.
Bobby, I tell you what. The Crawford lads they're a railway gang.
Hmm.
They're a for hire pressure pushers. Whenever one of the big time railway companies needs something enforced in Colorado, the Crawford lads are usually the ones behind success. And, well, they've had some famed, shall we put it as it is, brutal accuracy in their methods.
So Evangeline says Crawford lads, and Creed makes a face like he stepped in dog shit.
Who are the Crawford lads?
I take it you've been acquainted then, Mr. Creed.
Railway muscle, claim jumpers, abductors, and general miscreants. They're the types of folks that make both of our jobs harder, Miss Kincaid.
Well, that's just lovely, but I supposed we were going to. But I supposed we were going to run into them sooner or later.
What I don't understand, and this is what I wanted to talk to you about, Miss Kincaid, perhaps your reporter's intuition could help me make sense of the timeline of events.
Go on.
Mayor's aide, I don't know who the man is, but he certainly looked the part of a government type, if you will, was taken to the church, put on display, likely for Reverend Carver, applied with railway spikes, and met his demise. From there, the walking dead came out of the cemetery behind the church, and sometime after that, the rope was placed around his neck and hung from the ceiling of the church.
She makes a puzzled face.
Even with a healthy dose of skepticism, that does not make sense, Miss Kincaid.
No, it doesn't.
And nobody here in town mentioned the poor man on display in the church when they rustled the Walking Dead into it, and you can't miss it from the doors.
I imagine Railway Gang wouldn't want him talking about it until the man they were trying to get the message across to found it.
Miss Daisy would have mentioned it. To me, at least, Mr. Dubois.
I can't quite make sense of it myself, but I propose we start by questioning the people responsible for crawling them in. Also, perhaps the mayor.
If I may, and do take this with a grain of salt, would it have been possible for these undead miscreants to have strung this man up themselves? I'm familiar with what the Walking Dead can do, and that symbol that was on the gentleman is coming to my mind.
That would depend on what, if anything, that symbol has relevant to these undead rising. And even then, it would not be the individuals that we saw. Those individuals, lest they be held by a dark power under different circumstances, are certainly incapable. What you're implying, Mr. Chance, is that there's something worse in this town, and I don't disagree with you.
Well, Mr. Creed, after having seen what I saw in that church, and I'm not meaning with my regular senses,
Creed
and
nods.
after you showing that symbol to the rest of us, I'm starting to piece together one thing, and I'm about to say very heinous words, but do take them lightly. Black magic.
Evangeline spits.
Mr. Chance, I am more inclined to take those words to heart coming from you than from anyone else in this room. Would you be kind enough to elaborate?
Well, Mr. Creed, just before we left, I used a gift from friends, shall we say,
Creed nods like he understands.
and seeing that there was a, well, let's call it a mist of darkened spirits around that gentleman. And this symbol that's drawn on the gentleman is a symbol of spite. Usually, whoever wears the symbol drew it on themselves, and after they perish, become a beacon of sorts for any undead, be them common folk, flora or fauna, wants to bring them in.
Is there a chance,
I'm right here.
Creed looks at the gambler, that this was deliberate? I mean, certainly it was deliberate, Mr. Chance. You saw the man yourself. What I mean is, was he a volunteer set to overrun Reverend Carver's place of power with desecration on behalf of the railway?
That, Mr. Creed, I do not have the fullest details for. I only know what I have just expunged.
Then I agree that we should have a conversation with the mayor, the railway gang, and whoever wants to burn down the church. I can say this definitively: that church is a place of power, and don't look at me like that, Miss Kincaid. You know as well as I do, out here, the reverends, they have a lot of power, be it from the Lord or otherwise. There are good and there are bad, but reverends are from a different breed than everyone else.
I was about to say, Mr. Creed, I disagreed on why the place has so much power, but I do believe it has power.
Nods.
Over the people, if nothing else.
Agreed, completely, and that is my point. My working theory at the moment is the railway is trying to decrease Reverend Carver's power to increase their own.
And I suspect if we investigate the railway gangs, we'll at least get a lead on what became of the good Reverend.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Miss Kincaid. I disagree, however, that this will be done peaceably.
I'll be honest, Mr. Creed, I never said it was.
Creed nods slowly. Mr. Chance, you seem to understand the goings-on up at the church a bit better than myself. Are there going to be others not currently corralled?
From my understanding, Mr. Creed, as long as there are bodies within the graveyard, there will be bodies within that church.
then we got to get rid of that symbol or whatever that is causing those men to come over there.
Mr. Dubois, that's one of the first reasonable things you said since I met you.
Creed nods.
Diamond like pulls out the Lamat.
What it equally means is that no one, pointing at Evangeline, no one, pointing at Diamond, no one, pointing at Chance, is to go off alone. I don't care if you're going to the tailor. I don't care if you're going to the church. No one is going alone. And the two of you, points at Dubois and Evangeline, are not going together.
Then why not? Go it alone, I'll give you, but why not us two?
Because one, skeptic is a dangerous thing. Two, is a force of nature, Miss Kincaid.
Well, thank you.
Such a block, like, ha!
I'll take that as a compliment.
I will concede that a skeptic can prove valuable insight at times. But, Miss Kincaid, it is also true that you are sometimes, I hesitate to use the word desperate, motivated, enthusiastic, if you will, to prove that what I do is hokey.
It's nothing personal, Mr. Creed. I
don't believe it to be personal, Miss Kincaid. I just don't want you to get yourself killed for something stupid like a point.
Points are very good things to be killed on, I'm afraid.
It's not really the time for wordplay, Miss Kincaid.
Laughing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Nodding along. So it sounds like, skeptic or believer, we have work to do. There's a railway company causing trouble here, we have a missing reverend, and we have, at best, sick people in a church. Are we agreed on these points at least?
I'd say so.
Mm.
Then how do you propose we proceed?
Sib says load gun. Diamond just kind of looks to Dubois, kind of with this look of shit, I never thought I'd get this far.
Well, I can't speak for any of y'all, but I propose me and someone else go document what you found in that church.
Can I convince you to wait until morning?
Nods.
That is all that I ask.
Got a big day tomorrow then.
Agreed.
Creed shakes his head. I
Are we
believe
planning
that.
to
Sorry, go ahead. Go.
Are we planning to split up or are we staying together?
That
So
depends
it'd
on
be
whether or
better to
not you want
stay
me looking
together.
over your shoulder, Miss Kincaid.
My gut tells me you'll be doing that regardless.
You were gonna say, Shay?
Oh, yeah. I'd say it would be better for us to stick together and take out our objectives, so to speak, one by one.
Agreed, if for no other reason than 5 armed individuals is not a very pretty target for a bunch of railway abductors.
Strength in numbers and all.
Mm.
Nods.
Unfortunately, that means the 4 of you are gonna have to come with me tonight.
Where are you going?
Not to any of the places that we previously discussed, but I did promise Miss Daisy I would look into another matter.
And that is eyebrow raised.
When the lights go out in the town, there's creatures that get a little froggy, so to say.
Diamond like claps her hands together. I was told about that too.
Evangeline rolls her eyes.
Well,
So was I.
well, go on. I wasn't.
By all means.
Critter hunting. Critter hunting.
Yes,
Ha-
actually.
Have you ever heard of a cave in
Yeah.
Dubois?
Heard of what? Sorry?
A cave in?
A cave.
Think of a
Imagine
gnome, but it's evil.
gnomes are evil, Miss Kincaid.
That's not very nice to
Lawn-
them. People
lawn
of
gnomes
diminutive stature.
Lawn gnomes are.
First
Staring
of
at me
all,
with
I
those
am not
beady
talking
little
about
eyes.
individuals of short stature. I'm talking about predatory, cone-headed demons of the night that have to keep their own heads soaked in blood lest they turn to stone, Mr. Dubois.
Like I said, evil gnomes.
And second of all, not quite. Caven or... Think of them like particularly intelligent dogs. They understand food. They understand family to a degree. They understand danger. And that's about it. But light hurts them. And I kept this to myself, hoping that it wouldn't come up. But there's been reports of... How do I put this? Different from standard caven in these woods.
Did you happen to take note of whether they showed up before or after the incident at the church?
Didn't get the chance.
No, I'm right here.
Does he always do that?
Frequently.
I think he's a bit shy from the
Simultaneously, yes.
newcomers, honestly. He usually does it more.
Usually he jumps at every chance.
I see your bait, Miss Kincaid. I will not take it, though.
She
What?
grins.
You mean you're not gonna take the chance?
I swear to all that is holy, Creed.
Diamond is laughing again.
Since
That's why-
when, Mr. Chance?
Sounds
Oh,
like
I-
this is one gamble he won't take.
Oh, I swear at them all the time, especially when I'm losing a hand.
How's that work for you?
Well, it usually means I keep on losing the hand, but
It makes me feel better.
The point is, if we are in agreement that we must stick together, I'm not gonna argue on the condition that none of you impede my hunt.
Evangeline just pulls out a throwing knife at the ready.
Luckily for you, there was work
Reloads
on
on the mat.
Caven.
well, my trigger finger has already gotten its itch tonight. However, I could scratch some more.
Speaking of, let me reload my revolver because I haven't done that yet.
Hmm.
I
Like,
think Diamond is gonna actually load her revolver this time.
I'm okay. So this is hilarious because we're in the Old West, but in my monster hunting case, I have several high-powered flashlights,
Nice.
Hmm.
and I'm gonna
Nice.
just start handing those out.
Would Diamond have ever seen a flashlight?
Not one of these motherfuckers, you haven't.
No, these are
These are ghost rock
Heavy- Heavy
flashlights.
duty,
yeah, these are thick boy. You probably have seen like quote unquote flashlights that are effectively like lantern flashlights. You know what I'm saying?
These are like
Yeah.
these are like searchlights on a ship.
Mm-hmm.
damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are mighty nice. Where'd you get these?
I know a fella in Atlanta.
Nice.
But Caven, they're injured by light. So if and you see something or you hear something or God's forbid something attacks you, this is a greater weapon than a gun.
And if it's not an evil gnome, in the very least, it might blind the thing.
So, once it gets a bit darker and people have gone to their beds, I intend to do a sweep of the town before turning in myself. You are welcome to join me.
Nods.
Wouldn't hurt to do a patrol then, if you want to get that job done.
Do you have a firearm, Mr. Dubois?
Actually, he does. Yeah. He kind of like pulls up his shirt a little bit, and you can see like there's a notch for a gun.
Creed nods. Then I suppose there's little to do but wait. Unless we have business elsewhere. We could wake up the mayor. It's not that late.
We could.
Could also wake up the tailor. I got a few choice words for him.
Diamond shrug.
We could sit here and play cards, which I'm sure Mr. Chance would like to do.
Oh,
Just stares at Diamond.
If someone does go to wake the tailor, I suggest the first words be, "I'm sorry for my companion."
I don't understand why you would ever say those words at all, but
Something, something, Miss Daisy.
The stare.
oh,
What did you do with Miss Daisy, Mr. Dubois?
I did nothing to her. I may have mentioned her.
She
the
told
tailor.
you to mention her to the tailor. I don't see a problem with that, Miss Kincaid.
Never mind.
Looking between the two of them.
See? I'm right.
GM, I would like to have some kind of insight.
Yeah, that is precisely what Scrutinize is mainly for.
Cool.
scrutinize.
It probably does not help that Diamond is giving Dubois a look like, "You dense motherfucker, I thought you were a scientist."
I'm gonna spend a white chip and re-roll that, Marshall.
Okay.
Damn it!
Well, the 4 is enough to get the message on how shall we put it? There's a little bit more to the situation than is being said. And it is not in the positive.
Mr. Dubois,
Aye.
I know better than to try to pry information out of Miss Kincaid, but in your case, I would like to remind you that we're on the second floor.
Point taken.
Fucking 6 foot something monster of a man versus Creed. I will yeet you out this window. Point taken.
Yeah, I know better than not to step my foot on that rake. I'd say that maybe the tailor was a little bit out of sorts when I mentioned her name. Maybe he might come and talk to her, and she might get on our asses.
Why would she disapprove of the way that you invoked her name, Mr. Dubois?
Well, I may have said that she would directly come to the tailor and give him what for.
Creed starts laughing.
Diamond is also laughing.
you're right, but that's one of those things, Mr. Dubois, that just because you're right doesn't mean you should say it.
Just because you're right doesn't mean you're right.
Fine. Oh, it's my bad. I
So-
won't do it again.
Miss Papadakis, could I trouble you for 50 of your dollars?
She'll hand it over. Like, she probably hands him one of the rolls.
Takes it, keeps it in his hand.
You mean a fistful of dollars?
Yes. Now, I did specifically say that no one is supposed to go off by themselves, so, Mr. Dubois, would you do me the honor of escorting me through this town just after sunset?
Diamond is, like, snickering.
I would be delighted.
Creed stands up. Miss Papadakis, for your own safety, please do not go through the case that I carry when I am not here. Opening the door, starting to walk out.
I won't. I would have asked first.
Ooh.
I don't hate you.
Out of character, you two are going to the tailors, or where are you going?
We're going.
Yeah,
Yes, we're going to the
Taylor,
tailor. You
yeah.
want to come?
Sure.
So,
And this time she's gonna think to ask what her measurements is.
Smart.
That's a good. Yeah,
That's
actually,
a good thing that neither of us thought of.
well, that's the thing. Creed doesn't know that you don't know.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
does Kincaid? Does Evangeline know that Dubois doesn't know?
No, but she would think to ask because she's a lady. She's been clothes shopping.
maybe there's something nice they have prepared that someone else didn't want to pay for.
Mm. So you're like, Diamond, what are your measurements? And Creed goes, I'm sure Mr. Dubois already gave them to the tailor, Miss Kincaid.
I think Miss Kincaid should come with us.
Looks at Dubois, looks at
Diamond looks
Evangeline, sighs.
Yeah, Diamond will tell her size, like, and I think maybe get it a little bigger just for the sake of cover.
I'll bid her out on that.
So, weird little instance is about to occur.
Oh no.
The
Okay.
weird little instances that we're leaving Chance and Diamond together, but go on.
Right?
This
Oh,
bastard better
no.
not touch my money.
The people
The
that are
huckster and
leaving,
the heiress.
I need the people that are leaving to draw 6 cards.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Lord in heaven.
Oh my.
Okay.
Hey, Chance, you ready to play side
Well,
support from the window of the hotel?
I fucked that up. 1 second.
All right, kid. Now that the worrywarts are out of the way, let me teach you a thing or two.
If you touch my money, I'm gonna stab you.
How do
I
I
wouldn't-
how do I do a
wouldn't
draw?
dream. You draw 6 cards.
Yeah.
I'm
Here,
trying. It's not. Yeah, it just does that when I try to draw it.
Did you try right clicking it?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
It doesn't give the draw.
Can you just deal me
Here,
6 cards, Gamzee?
Yeah, I got you.
There you go.
Good. Yep.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Now, how many pairs are in people's hands? And
I got
does
a pair.
anyone have a joker?
Is pair based off suits or
No, pair is
number.
pair is the same number.
Do you want
Okay,
us
same number,
to
same
show these
letter.
off or not?
one pair?
Yes, please.
The rest of my cards are not relevant, but I'll pull them out if you want me to.
That's another pair. Whose is that?
Oh, that's mine.
Can we combine our hands or no?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I have a pair up here. 'Cause I have this, and then we have 3 of a kind like that. Pair of jacks. We got
I got the 3 of a kind down at the
three
tens.
3 tens, and These are the rest of my cards, but they don't do anything.
A whole bunch of shit is about to go down, I have a feeling.
Oh,
There is
got,
a
got another pair.
It's a 4 of a kind, 3 of a kind, a pair, and a pair.
3 pairs, a 3 of a kind, and a 4 of a kind.
Yep.
It is a house and a half full.
Man, if only I could have this when I'm doing my hexes, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Gamzee
more-
said we could combine our hands, so...
With our powers combined.
That's more
Just
than
careful
10.
what you wish for, because if you're drawing this many cards, that's much more likely for the Joker to show
That's
up.
valid.
I am
that's more-
aware.
That's more than 10, ain't it?
What's more than
The
10?
more what?
What?
Number of pairs. That's more than 10 pairs, ain't it?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, well, what does the 4 of a kind and the 3 of a kind count as?
No, this is enough. Damn, I didn't think.
2.
Oh,
I gotta actually check my notes to make sure I'm about to do this right.
very ominous.
What are you fixing to do?
Oh no.
Okay,
No.
I see.
Don't do
Yeah.
it to him.
This fits. I'm gonna throw these back in the deck.
Okay.
When you three have fully stepped out, it's dusk. It's dusk outside, but it's darker. It's cold. You can see the sun setting, but it don't feel right.
This
There's no-
isn't darkness. It's
I
advanced
swear to
darkness.
God,
Oh
Cug.
my god.
There's no one outside, and you can't hear anything except the wind. Even the lanterns are blown out.
I brought my flashlight.
We all did.
I don't suppose we should relate those as we go.
Do you have a
Would it-
means to do so?
Anyone willing to roll me a quick scrutinize?
Yes.
Okay.
I can do
Any
it too.
chance I could roll tracking instead?
We've been using scrutinize as a sort of like
Fair enough.
the sort of perception. This is well, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it. Tracking would involve sound, so I can justify that. If
In
you
that
want to do that
case-
instead.
Evangeline kicking ass.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, boy.
good enough, Miss Evangeline and Mr. Creed, actually. Okay, that was not a notification. I thought it was. There's the sound of chains clacking together chaotically and scratching on the ground like something trying to escape. Not too far off in the darkness, as we'll call it.
Do y'all hear that?
That wouldn't happen to be a rabbit dog, would it?
Of a sort. Pass Evangeline the $50. Unstrap my gun.
Here's $50. I'm about to go kill a bitch.
Flashlight.
Keep that off until we... Yeah, like, don't, like, Creepy, like, don't turn that on until we, like, get into combat with the thing.
Gotcha.
Club someone to death with one of those flashlights.
Yes, you could!
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
heavy.
So, for the sake of it, Marshall, flashlight in my left hand, off. Right hand on my gun belt.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, do you do that police thing where it's the gun in one hand braced on the flashlight hand?
I
Oh,
I
that'd
will
be
once I will once I
cool.
draw it, but I'm not gonna walk through the main street of this town with my gun out. That's how you get shot.
Oh yeah.
That's fair.
So, heading towards the tailor or towards the sound? Because it's two opposite directions.
Definitely towards the sound. I was hired to deal with that.
Okay.
It's
You start-
early for a cave-in, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Like I
I
said,
mean, it's dark.
it's dusk, but it feels darker.
Right, but well, we're in a forest. That makes sense. But it's still like this isn't normal cave-in hunting hours.
To be
No.
fair, you also mentioned these aren't normal cave-ins.
Fair. So,
Yeah.
like, turns towards the sound. Mr. Dubois, you won't regret a detour, will you?
Oh, not at all. The longer we can delay the inevitable, the better.
Raising my voice. Mr. Chance! Already walking. I'm assuming eventually pointed out the sound, because I fucking failed, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard it, but she said, "Does anyone else hear that?"
Right, yeah, I heard that.
Heard it.
Did you like point out where the thing was coming
Yeah.
from? Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I'm heading that direction, Marshall.
Okay.
What?
Excuse me 1 second.
You.
Was that like a Mr. Chance, come follow us, or is that a Mr. Chance, be ready?
That would literally just get his attention. I didn't communicate more than that on purpose. He might not even have heard that, depending on if the window was open or not.
I really don't think you would have heard it.
Okay, fair enough.
But you start walking towards the noise, and it's clear. It's a lot of chains and a lot of scratching.
A lot of chains and a lot of scratching. Okay.
Easily more than one cave-in.
And just so that we're clear, this is like coming from the street of the town.
Middle of the road. As you start walking...
Colorado is mostly woods like Connecticut, right? No, but this area is Shy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Just wanting to know for reference.
Colorado is mostly prairie, but this area is forested.
Yeah.
Like scrub forest.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay. Scrub forest, then like mountains, not too far off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're
Yep.
literally in the shadow of the Rockies. Like the Rockies are like a couple of hours away from where we are.
Okay. Now I have a better sense of
Yep,
where
yep.
we are.
But
I
yeah,
can send you reference photos if you'd like.
by all
Well,
means. But
Yep.
Marshall, I missed what you said. This is like from town.
Middle of the road.
Oof.
And that's
All right.
hard to see still.
The sounds of the chains. This is like faster than I saw the Shamblers moving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just realized I'm out here with the two skeptics. Fuck.
Good job, dumbass.
I just realized that. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna make my way towards it. I was paid to, or I'm gonna be paid to deal with these fuckers, so.
As you get closer to the noise, there's suddenly there's the very distinct sound of chains being like pulled taut. That quick tum of multiple chains coming together, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And a voice. Mr. Creed.
Turn the flashlight on.
You turn it on and like 7 cave-ins start screeching on the ground, chains lined around, chains on their neck, coming together into a man's hand. The guy is tall. He's got a black leather jacket, wide, tall brim hat, and he looks like he's looking at the ground.
All right, Clint Eastwood.
So who's this?
That's literally gonna be my first question. He knows me. Like, do I have any idea who this dude is?
As far as bandits go, he's kind of generic.
Okay. Second question: is there any reason not to plug this motherfucker in the head?
Yeah, because you want to know who he is.
He's got monsters on chains. I feel like I know enough.
With your light on, there's the 7 on the ground. You can count the chains, but there's another one that's going up into the air.
Are flying cave in a thing?
Oh no.
I mean the chain.
Looks up into the air.
Like, the cave-in are corralled pretty good by my flashlight, I assume.
Oh yeah,
I'll glance up.
you can see the outline of a very large bird. It looks like it's real high up, but you can tell at a glance it's big enough to fit a person.
Do I know what that could be?
Tap dancing Christ.
What in tarnation?
There's a couple things it could be. It could be a. Oh goodness, the air is leaving me as fast as it's coming in. Forgive me.
I believe that's called a burp.
It is called a burp.
Could be anything from a rock to.
Ugh.
Oh,
I think they're called.
It's a type of western bird, guy.
I think they're called
Okay.
thunderbird.
Oh dear.
Fuck me. All right.
Those are
Ah.
big. Those
Oh,
are
um,
very big.
Yeah.
Can
You're
I-
a hard man to follow, Creed.
God, fuck. Do I have any reason to keep this man alive? Seriously?
Probably.
This
And I
is.
don't suppose you could tell us why you were following him.
He's got my other bird. Of course, I'd be following.
Looks at Creed.
What?
Oh,
What?
fuck. So I think there's a pause, and Creed says, "Teodama send you?"
Nah, boy. Tia Dharma stole from me.
I feel like there's backstory here, and that I'm not unaware of.
I'd love to explain, but I'm a man who just loves the tension.
Miss Kincaid, I will be happy to answer all of your questions in just a moment. Am I to assume, sir, that your hounds are the cause of this town's troubles, or is that a separate matter?
Oh, it's well and fully a separate matter. I came here 'cause it smelled just so fine.
Then I would ask you to get off the street, as your dogs are gonna be making it a bit more difficult to find the wild ones.
He looks up at you and tips his hat, and one of his eyes has the little what's it called? The spade symbol.
Oh, I turned the flashlight off immediately. Fleur de lis is what you're looking for, by the way.
Mm.
You turn the flashlight off, and I
To
think
clarify,
That-
clarify, do you mean the spade on a card or a different thing?
Like the spade you'd find on a card.
Yeah, fleur de lis.
That is
In
not a
his
fleur de lis.
eye. Wow.
That's not a
That
fleur
is
de
a
lis.
spade.
In like.
I mean,
as
yeah,
in,
but
like,
it's similar.
Yeah.
I think Creed like tips his hat and steps sideways so the dude can go past.
Keep care of that bird, Creed. He starts walking. The devil will have his due. And as soon as he leaves sight, it's like it's properly dawn, or it's properly sunset.
What the fuck?
Like it visibly gets brighter.
I take it you two have been acquainted.
Not a single time, Miss Kincaid.
Well, he seems to know you quite well.
So do you, Mr. Dubois.
I suppose your reputation does precede you, but he's about as much of an oddball as
What is your opinion of the beast that he had with him, Miss Kincaid?
guy had actually had to get up for
He
a
had
moment. I'm
7
assuming,
cave-in on change and a Thunderbird.
right? I don't know what that kind of bird was, but they looked like those little monkeys we saw back in that cave.
Nodding. Those are cave-in. As far as what he wanted regarding the devil, I don't have the slightest idea. The only deal that I made... Now, granted, yes, gestures at the raven, that is my herald, if you will, but I have no control over the beast. I simply go where it follows, a deal I made with a woman by the name of Tia Dalma down in New Orleans.
You are so lucky Diamond isn't here right now.
You're also very lucky that the mouse isn't. You're too small for the mouse to be watching right now.
I'm more than happy to return the bird to its rightful owner. It's not mine to give or take. Frankly.
Well, I just don't want him coming on our asses with a bunch of rabid monkeys.
The issue, Mr. Dubois, are the rabid monkeys, not on his leashes. That's why we're out here, or rather, why I'll be looking for the town. I hope you got a good look, because our quarry will look much similar.
Right, guess so.
He turns,
Strangest monkeys I've ever seen, but I've seen them.
turns, and like in the direction that the dude went, Marshall raises his voice a little bit. He says, "For the record, excuse me. For the record, Mr. DeLee, if you want the bird, you are welcome to it."
Mr. DeLee.
Mr. Delete.
God damn it.
And I think, yeah, Creed will like clip his gun back in its holster and start walking towards the tailor.
Yeah, with Mr. Dubois leading the way, I don't gotta particularly ask for a roll. He knows where it is.
Is it still open? Like, it's just dusk.
Yeah, it's
Probably closing up though.
It's open, but you can tell he's in the process of setting stuff
Right.
up.
Creed will pull the door open and make a big gesture of having Dubois go in first.
Now, I'm sure we talked about this,
As a matter of fact, we did, but I have acquaintances who wanted to get a word in.
Creed tips his hat. Doesn't say a word.
So,
what can I do you?
My
as I understand it, my associate here didn't bother to get the proper measurements, so we're here to rectify that, along with any faux pas he may have stumbled upon.
I was gonna say, it sounded like a surprisingly muscular young man for, well, someone below age to be taking care of such business himself.
We were hoping to have the garments prepared by tomorrow morning.
You want me to work through the night?
Not for free.
Not for free, and I'm reluctant to expound upon the details, but it is a matter of someone's safety.
Well, I'll offer you the same express deal I gave him. $10, and I can have it mostly ready by noon.
That is robbery, and you are well aware it is robbery.
I do the best work this side of California, and I'll make sure my price is reflected. he gives this grin like.
You'd
"I'm
better
the
come
only
with
kid
train
left."
tickets at that price.
Though from what I've heard, the train's not exactly friendly to the townsfolk.
However, a man, I cannot believe I get to say this in an Odeon, a man is entitled to the sweat of his brow and the fruits of his labor, and when another man besmirches that, reparations are to be paid.
he
Bioshock reference!
Wow.
he fucking looks at
That was smooth.
Mr. Dubois. I was just like, I could agree with that.
Gestures
Listen, I'm
at
new
Evangeline.
here.
Creed didn't have the money, you gave it to Evangeline.
Yeah, and she'll start counting it out for him.
How much are you giving this guy?
$50?
$50.
How much did he ask for?
He asked for
10.
10. Creed asked Diamond for 50.
You see, you're loading this. You're giving this motherfucker a bunch of extra to make up for the. I shall call the Reverend Sister upon you.
Yeah, right?
To clarify, are we giving him the whole 50, or what are we doing?
You have the money. It's your call.
So I think she'll give him the 10 he asked for, give him 2 more in apology just for the nonsense. And come on, brain, do the thing. Sorry, she was gonna ask him to make something for herself, and I forgot what I was gonna ask him to make. So I'll go with the 12 unless anyone objects.
I mean, yeah, Creed objects for sure. I think he says, Miss Kincaid, we are asking this good man to work through the night. I think we can spare a bit more.
Then yeah, she'll just start putting them down a few at a time until she gets a cue to stop.
I mean, probably 25 would be
Yeah,
Creed.
let's go with 25 then.
Okay. That is still well over $1,000 in today's money.
Oh.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
Way over. This is
You-
gonna be. It
just
should be a
ordered.
very nice outfit.
Mm-hmm.
And she's also going to go over the details to make sure he actually has the right measurements this time.
I think like you give him the actual measurements and he like looks over what he wrote down. He's like, either you're having me make work clothing for a child, a woman, or one hell of a whelp.
and for $25, mister, that doesn't matter.
I suppose not.
Creed tips his hat. I don't mean to assume, but do you live in this building?
I do.
Creed nods. Please do not take this as a threat or in any way related to our current transaction, but do inform yourself, your family, and anyone else on these premises not to wander the streets tonight. There will be several men armed with weapons on the street.
Fuck. Christ. Yes, because you can interpret that in literally any other way except a threat.
Oh.
Hey, nothing to do with our current interaction of me basically saying you committed robbery, but there will be several men wielding guns on the street tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Evangeline's going to back him up on that. No, honestly. For your own safety, don't go out.
Yeah.
I would imagine so.
I'm just gonna
It's,
I'm just gonna leave this here, GM.
I would imagine so. It's the night that gentleman gets his deliveries.
Sorry, which gentleman?
Mm. Oh, butcher down the road. He's always getting these strange deliveries. He has some of the most amazing dried meats you'll ever try. But Lord, it behooves me to try and figure out where they come from.
Creed is already like looking out
Okay.
the door.
Yeah, Evangeline too.
That's yeah. I think all
Squint.
three of them are very like.
Mr. Dubois, I believe you should finish things up here, Miss Kincaid. Already moving to the door.
We've already
Follows after.
we've turned the place upside and down. We never found traces that it was people, so we just kind of gave up on looking.
I don't believe it to be people. You have a good evening now. Open the door. Heading out.
Yeah, that's all sorts of red flags for Evangeline.
Mr. Dubois,
Yeah,
don't
finishes the
linger
payment.
here. Remember what I said about moving alone. Heading up the street.
Mhm. I'll be right there. You just finishes paying him, and it's like, yeah, my bad. I for what it's worth, I don't think Daisy's gonna come down here, and I'm sorry for threatening her with her. Yeah. Bye now.
This dumbass.
Brilliant, but not a lick of sense.
Pretty much.
So yeah, once they're out of earshot of him, Evangeline says, "I don't believe any of us mentioned people."
Oh. You've got a point there.
Would you argue, Miss Kincaid, that those... he sighs like he hates what he's about to say. Rabid monkeys, if they were skinned and hung up, would be vastly different from children?
Honestly, Mr. Creed, I have no idea. I have no idea how those monkeys nor children taste.
I didn't say taste, I said appear.
Walk that back a second then. I don't know how children would appear in that state.
Fair enough, but is it a reasonable jump to make?
I suppose.
Then will there be any disagreement from you if I were to lean on the butcher a bit? I don't intend to hurt him unless he gives me cause.
Seems like a reasonable thing to ask about.
Evangeline nods.
Cool. Hey, Marshall,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna kick his door open.
He's leaning on him.
You
Kicks door open. Listen up, bitch.
fucking walk to the butcher's building. Just okay. It's gonna be a roll,
Okay.
of course. I just gotta remember what the closest thing to an athletics would be.
Athletics would probably be
Strength?
Sorry?
Probably strength.
Where is strength?
It's just
down
a
at the
straight
bottom.
up skill.
Oh hell. I don't have a lot
Or-
of strength.
Or there might be something better.
Could I make an argument for guts?
I've got a D10 if that would work.
For guts?
For strength, I mean. Guts, I think, is more
Bravery.
morale check, so to speak.
Yeah, but I don't have good strength. Is his door locked at this hour?
Even if it's not, you gotta smash through the wood a bit if you're gonna
All
kick
right.
it open.
Can I make an argument for vigor?
If you want to do something cheeky, Evangeline could turn the knob and then you could just kick it open from there.
That would be great. That'd be lovely.
If you're building
Evangeline turns door.
momentum,
Poof, bitch.
if you're building momentum before you do it, I can see cause for a card to be added.
For a what to be added?
For a card.
Okay. Sure.
But where is he gonna get car in this part of the West?
Ugh. Alright, fine. You know what? I'll use my other white chip, because this is an awful roll.
A card could make that enough. You should check what you get before then.
I'll take that, and then I'll go for the card.
Okay.
So, deal 1 to me. Deal. I got this.
2. So 5. So 5. Yeah, you can bust that open.
Hell yeah.
Evangeline goes to turn the knob and he just kicks it before she can.
No. I'm totally down for you to like turn the knob.
Turn knob. Pow.
Kick door open. do the good, the bad, and the ugly like slow cowboy walk in.
Yes.
There's no one at the counter.
Immediately walking towards the back room.
To clarify, is this shop open still or did they close down?
They're closed for the night. You could assume, because, there's no one manning the front.
I wish I had my case with me.
Whoops.
Nah, it's fine.
You head into the back and there's more scratching. Like you heard out on the road earlier, but now it's on wood. And it's just this very like, God, every time with you little son of bitches. Get you all glowed up, and all you do is kick and scream. Ugh.
So that's the tone of someone who didn't hear his door just fly open. No, that's great, actually. He's distracted by the cave
Yeah,
and he didn't.
we got the drop on him.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so quick glance over shoulder. Miss Kincaid, you might want to get either your notepad or your camera out, unclip the gun belt, and just run up on this guy.
Yep, camera.
You go running in, and this guy, it's an older guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's got like the classic butcher outfit on, and he's standing in front of a big old crate that's got, let's call it what it is, a giant version of one of your flashlights shining into the crate, hanging from the ceiling.
Hannibal Lecter's pig pen. Gotcha.
Awful.
Yeah. Literally, Peacemaker comes out, points at the guy, hammer comes back.
Whoa, what the fuck is happening here?
You got a
Why are you in
permit
my
for
shop?
those beasts, mister?
Well, they're wild animals. I can do as I please with them.
You got a permit for the ones hurting people on the street that you misplaced?
Misplay. I haven't lost one to date.
Can you prove that before a court of law?
My sales records can.
Or do I have to shoot out that spotlight and let nature take its course?
Whoa. That man brings me good meat. I can't be letting him go to waste like that.
Which man?
Turning the gun from him to the spotlight.
The man in the black hat. The man with poker in his eyes.
Poke.
Oh.
Shaking his head. I have it on good authority that man has not lost any stock either, and I'm more inclined to believe him than you. There are people gone missing, there's property being destroyed, and the culprit are the exact creatures you have behind you, mister. So either you come up with an alibi real quick, or this is not going to turn out the way you want.
I can show you my records, sir. I got all my sales records right in that safe right there. He like points to a little safe.
Yeah,
not,
I
like,
think Creed
toward-
like cocks his head at it.
Yeah. Kincaid will take the cue to go check it out.
13,
I'm
40
assuming it's locked.
Yeah, you go over to it, and he's just 13, 45, 12.
13, 45, 12.
Open it standing from the side, Miss Kincaid.
She will do just that.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
You open it up, and it's just stacks upon stacks of paper.
She'll pull them out, start leafing through them, just kind of skimming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming these are the records he was talking about.
Mm-hmm. They're a mix between general sales between days and, shall we call it, a much more bulky very large bulky inputs or outputs from the company wallet weekly.
I'm sorry, what?
Weekly large takes from the company wallet. He's trying to think of how to word it. Company expenses, shipment.
Gotcha.
He's dishing out a large amount of money on the same day at the same time every week, if these records are to be believed.
Does that day happen to be today?
It is. Wednesday. Every day for the past year, the man with poker in his eyes has been bringing me these things.
And you've been turning them into jerky.
I have. Because it's a good supply. It's a good meat. Very, very good, very easy
Is
to
this a
smoke.
crate or is this a pen?
I call it a crate because that's like the kind of wood paneling it uses, but it's
Right.
effectively a pen.
Is it up against a wall?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Kincaid holding out the flashlight.
I'll take it.
Do make certain that I don't meet my demise. I'm gonna jump in the pen.
You dense motherfucker.
She's gonna turn it on, but point it at the ground.
No, point it at the cave so they don't fucking eat me!
It's
I
you didn't shoot out the lantern, did you?
No, not yet.
Let me rephrase. She was going to point it at the ground, and then you jumped in.
Mm.
What? Light in the thing.
Oh yeah.
What in God's name are you?
I
You
want to
jump
look.
in.
I want to look around this pen. Is there any way these things can get out?
Give me a search.
Searching, gonna do a searching. Boop.
Make sure they can't burrow under the fencing while you're at it.
Okay.
Like kicking at the wall.
Assuming that this light doesn't turn off at any, like never turns off. No way. Unless that light above them goes out, these things are not leaving.
How do you turn the light out?
I don't.
What's it connected to?
Ceiling mostly.
What?
I bought that. Ceiling mostly.
Mm.
Bought that from the man with poker in his eyes too.
Don't
So-
suppose you could tell me what powers it? I'm assuming ghost rock.
Oh, you know about that. Yeah. Real big hunk of it told me it won't go out for about 13 years.
Something like that. What about the bulb more than the power source?
Well, now that's the thing. I don't know much about bulbs. He said that wouldn't go bad for at least 6, and when it does, he'd bring me a new one.
Can I make an engineering roll
Are you in
to
here?
test? Am I in there?
You went with them on this trip, right?
I mean,
Okay.
yes, but he was back at the tailor.
he lagged behind a little bit and then left, so I'm assuming he's caught up by now.
I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I just wanted to make sure.
Am I around? I would also have my flashlight actually pointing in the pen.
If you had gone to catch up with them, I think it's fair to say you'd be here.
Then yeah, would I have overheard him talking about the light bulb and the ghost rock?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then
Could I roll anything to see if he's telling the truth or just bullshitting us?
yeah, I'm gonna roll engineering.
That's a scrutinize.
Do I need to
Shy.
make a roll to get out of this pen, or can I just do it?
It's
Hello?
I think you can do it. I don't think it's too bad.
Cool. While they're making those rolls, Creed, just climb back out.
So Miss Evangeline, as far as you can tell, he's being forthcoming to a degree. He's answering the questions in shorthand.
So he's given us the truth, but not the entire truth.
Stuff.
Now, Mr. Dubois.
Yeah, boy.
What exactly are you looking for in this light? Are you looking to confirm what he's saying?
Confirm what he's saying and also check if there's would be any possibility that like the ghost rock either goes bad or like some kind of structural flaw in the engineering that could possibly be abused.
Or remote access.
Or remote access for that matter.
Okay.
Can it be turned on and off from a different place?
Then from those three things you're trying to find, real quick, pull me 3 cards.
Okay.
Deadlands wants to use cards. I'm gonna make good use of these cards.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah.
It gives me ideas.
Put them out and
Likewise.
show them to the world. Wow.
Honest to goodness, if he had pulled the Ace of Clubs, I would have probably had a fit.
Why the Ace of... What?
Queen of Clubs, King of Clubs, and then throw down the Ace of Clubs. That's why.
Oh, that would have been
Lord.
epic.
So,
Or the Jack of Clubs, that would also work.
Yeah, Jack of Clubs would
Then
also have been
no.
amazing.
So go over that list again for me.
Right. So any structural flaw in the engineering, confirm what the guy is saying, and check if there's remote access.
Okay. So, are there any flaws? As far as you can tell, this is better than Creed's flashlight. Like, you've got one in your hand, you've probably been looking it over. Somehow this thing is more sound in structure and shape than Creed.
Okay, so it's got more than enough ghost rock in it.
What you can mainly tell about how truthful he's being is, well, frankly, this is one of those things, like, you can tell by the make of it how nice this thing looks. There's not a chance in hell this light bulb's going out in 7 years.
Oh,
While he's checking that out, I'm double checking the records to make sure he really didn't let any escape.
It's the numbers vary. Let me answer that real quick. The numbers vary on how many he receives, and so does the amount he pays. Though the amount always seems rather abstract.
In what sense?
Well, some days it may be $10 for 8 of them. In other days it may be like $13 for 4.
So you say you've been buying these things off this gentleman with poker in his eyes. How much would you say you pay him per head?
Oh, less than 20.
Less than 20?
I'm sorry, Shy, real quick. What was that last question again?
the last question was about whether it could be turned on and off via remote access.
by a remote access, like a panel on it.
Like, yeah, is there anything that I could tell that would be able to connect it to like some remote device? Something with a signal.
Oh no.
Or like, yeah, I guess a panel. I don't.
There's
It
there's
is like
there's no signal stuff, but yeah, there is absolutely like a panel on the side of it.
okay. And do I feel like if I like got that panel open, I could be able to find out more?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So yeah. What were you saying, Gracie?
So, under 20, you don't know specifically?
Mm-mm. He always wants something extra whenever he comes, so
Like
it's hard to
what?
really. He raises his hand. Well, one day he wanted one of my fingers.
What?
Oh, well then.
Why? What the fuck?
That's a very suspicious way of going about payment.
I don't rightly know, but he's never done me wrong, and he always said that people pay the devil their dues, and things can't get much worse. I don't know about you, but I'm not gonna mess with a man with poker in his eyes.
And you went
No.
along with it when he asked for your finger?
You just gave him the finger.
Of course. I have no idea how he's been catching those little bastards. For all I know, he was gonna bring me something huge. Well,
And you didn't think to decline? None of this rose any alarm bells?
if you look at the week after last, if you look at the day after last Tuesday, the Wednesday, that was the stupidest way I've ever worded something. What the fuck?
It's okay.
Would you like to try again?
The third week after last Tuesday.
Third week after last
Honestly,
Dr. Seuss
it sounds like the opening of a Superman comic is what it sounds like.
Oh, definitely.
Just a wee bit.
The third week after last Tuesday in Metroville. Anyway.
Right?
So were you trying to say 3 weeks before last Tuesday?
3 weeks ago on Wednesday. If you look at that paper, you'll notice that the number was rather large. If you go back to what he's talking about, he was brought 20 of them for $5.
And what else did you pay him?
Bits and bobs.
That was the week of the finger?
Bits and bobs. Some days he wanted coins. Some days he wanted bullets. Some days he wanted bullets shot at him.
What?
What was that last one?
You cannot see the expression I made, but I just probably made the expression of literally everyone in this room's thought process of just.
Some days he wanted bullets, and some days he wanted me to shoot bullets at him. And, well, let it be known under the guise of the Lord himself, I tried to hit him. I did.
Did he deign to say why?
Never explained nothing, no.
Kincaid just seems seriously baffled.
Yeah, like Dubois is all equally just confused.
Fucking hell. So
what I typed backstage.
Not
stands.
even about what weirdness the guy was asking for, more so why he went along with it so long.
Yeah, right? Like, Marshall, I have a request.
Mm-hmm.
The question on the table is, do I know anything about this son of a bitch? But before you say roll history, I would like to know it specifically through the lens of Monster Hunt.
The man with poker in his eye?
Yeah. The dude that I just had a run-in with.
Go ahead and roll your monster hunting and then draw a card.
Alright.
That's about right.
There's the Ace of Clubs.
Hey-o.
Found it.
Okay. So, based off of the system I have laid out, I gotta give you the straightest answer possible. This man is dealing with the devil.
That man is dealing with the devil.
No, the butcher is dealing with the devil.
Oh.
Like
Okay.
the literal devil?
The man with poker in his eye is the devil.
You told me about this, and I completely forgot.
Mr. DeLee is like the actual devil.
The actual
The
devil.
fuck does he
Old
want with
Scratch himself.
Creed?
Oh no.
Apparently, you have his bird.
Like, yeah,
You
like,
have his
like,
boss's bird.
like, seriously, what the fuck does he want with Creed? Creed didn't sign any pacts. He should be after Chance.
Well, you don't know if he's after Chance or not. Just
I mean, that is valid.
Well, hey, hang on. Chance didn't do shit to want the devil's.
Yeah,
Well,
as
that-
far
I don't
as
have a
we know,
feeling I
Chance is
shouldn't
still holding up
believe
his
you.
end of the bargain. Like, why would he go after his productive employee?
I'm trying to figure out. I'm sorry, Gamzee. I'm just trying to follow your narrative.
I'll put it flatly for you, Fox. Not all my cards are on the table yet.
No, I understand that. I completely understand that. I imagine the emotions that I'm feeling right now are the point.
They are by design.
Cool. So it is correct for me and Creed to be like, what the fuck? Okay. And that so okay, then from the perspective of Creed is a problem solver, is a monster hunter, is like dealing with this, and been confronted with a local demigod at best, right? Like, let's call it what it is. Does Creed know where he himself sits in the axis of the divine, so to say? Because
In order?
Creed probably like sees himself like a paladin.
You're asking like where you sit when it comes to this whole like
Yeah, like if Mr. DeLee is an agent of the devil or a devil or something like that, like where does Creed fall in that? Like, would they be opposed?
Or is it a Constantine thing where you're only opposed so long as it is useful?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, frankly, it all depends on your objectives, your separate objectives at the time.
Okay, that's valid. I guess the better question is like I want to react to this correctly is what I'm trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to figure out if this is oh shit, sure, but is this oh shit time to suit up and roll out, or is this oh shit like
Oh shit, I gotta keep my head down.
yeah, as far as I know everything is kosher. I don't I don't understand the hierarchy, I guess is my question. Like,
You'll act as a sort of as far as the situation is concerned for Creed, he has just encountered someone in both the opposite and the same line of work.
right, that was the line that I was going as well.
It's the situation of what's a good comparison I can put on this? It's Spider-Man and Deadpool.
Got it. Okay. So if I may,
Mm-hmm.
Wait, if it's Spider-Man and Deadpool, do we have to worry about Slashfic?
probably it's not Geralt and Lambert. It's Geralt and the guy from the cat school.
Maybe, I don't know what you're.
Different ideologies, potentially a threat, but also maybe not. It
Mhm.
depends. Like, I'm just trying to understand the.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
all up to the day whether or not he's a problem.
do I know anything about eating the creatures of the Weird West?
Roll a monster hunting.
Monster hunting?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if you're going to get ye old Western diseases.
Oh yeah, the book, Sinclair's Guide to Everything That Does Not Belong, the forefront of information on the weird and the ecologically new, does describe there's some does like list when something is particularly edible or
Okay.
is particularly worth trying.
Okay.
Cave-ins are listed in a specific regard of they're pretty good if you're in a pinch. They're even
Okay.
better if you got a bit of ketchup.
So it's not like
Jesus fucking Christ.
So what Mr. Dilly is doing is not obviously
Trying to dick this man over.
Yeah, exactly. Not obviously pulling Clifton into hell.
Right.
Okay.
It's shady, but it's not.
It's
evil.
shady, but it's not like we've uncovered a conspiracy to turn everyone into vampires.
It's the fact that
Zombies in this case.
it's the fact that he's been happy to keep coming back here weekly.
Right. Last question. Is there any conclusion I could make with my own training, unofficial though it is, of like why he would be asking for this stuff or to be shot at? Like asking for bullets and random supplies and whatever, like Creed completely gets that. But the rest of it, like,
I repeat what I stated backstage.
Yeah, some of that's
Except
just
one of
plain
them has been
esoteric.
confirmed.
It can be a matter of anything from making sure to remind him what he's dealing with to there's something else to the situation that he's just trying to keep track of.
okay. Do I have reason to believe that Mr. DeLee is not moral?
Aside from being the devil himself.
It's
Servant of.
like I said, it's up in the air. It's all dependent on the goals in mind.
No.
Not
Not moral. Mortal.
Oh.
As in, can we kill him?
Oh. I see. That's a question I didn't actually think about. Huh.
Well, if it's the devil himself, he's probably not.
I imagine devil himself is a metaphor. Meaning bad news and powerful.
It could be, yeah.
Well,
Though I might be wrong.
I'll roll it like this. Hold on.
Oh dear.
Oh boy, put the plot up to fate, why don't we?
Side note, if Creed mentions him being the devil, even jokingly, Evangeline's gonna start calling him Mr. Scratch.
You know, this is not the first time you've encountered someone like Mr. DeLee.
Okay.
It all depends on how strong their connection is with the employer.
But I can sever that.
With work.
Well, yeah. But, like, what I'm saying is this a Mr. X situation? Or is this an Albert Wesker situation?
It's...
For those of you who may not be familiar with classic Resident Evil, Albert Wesker is a boss. Mr. X is a save state.
X gonna give it to you. It
You go and give
being
it.
cave-in jerky.
God damn it.
Like, I am fine if this guy is Lex Luthor to my Superman.
Oh, this guy. Mr. Superhuman Supreme.
That's what I'm at. Yeah, exactly. Like in the like when he first showed up in the original Resident Evil 2, it was
Mhm.
literally you worked around him. You didn't fight him and beat him.
It's an actual.
Is
like,
this a
hard-
person or an environmental hazard?
Exactly. Is Mr. DeLee a person or an environmental hazard? Thank you, Birch Mila.
To put it like I have previously, it depends on what his objective is.
For fuck's sake.
It's
I'm asking as a player mechanically. Should I treat this as a boss or should I treat this as a plot device?
it's a if not shot, he's a buddy.
What?
If not shot at first. I gotta think how to answer this.
That's yeah. What
'Cause obviously I'm wording that wrong.
yeah, I'm not okay. What I am asking is like this, okay? At the beginning of Lord of the Rings, right? The ring wraiths are not something the hobbits can fuck with. They are there to make the hobbits run and scream and be scared, and they just like destroy everything in their path. Whereas when the orcs show up, the hobbits actually manage to fight them off. How are you framing this? Because I'm having trouble understanding.
Okay.
Is Mr. DeLee like a thing that is meant to make me and my character afraid and go around him? Or is it like Gary Oak? Is he my rival? Do I want to like go at him?
Or is it a case of you don't know yet?
Or is it a case of I don't know yet? Valid. Are you intending for this to be an encounter? Or am I supposed to fail this tutorial?
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
Which way triggers the cutscene?
To be put frank,
Mhm.
I think I have this worded right. He is an entity injected to add depth to situations and additive explanation.
It's a plot
He is-
device. Okay.
He is plot. But that is not to say with work you can kill him.
Okay, so treat him like Albert Wesker. Here's a better example. Do I treat him like Albert Wesker or do I treat him like Freddy Krueger?
Okay, Wesker.
Got it. Okay, that's what I wanted. Sorry about that. Okay, we good.
Right. So now that that's dealt with,
Yeah.
So I think yeah, like realizing that it's okay to eat these things. I think Creed like puts his gun away, shakes his head. Have you heard about the problems on the street after dark?
I have.
You can understand my concern.
I can.
Do you have any relevant information?
He makes like this big swallowing motion. I might.
then please do elaborate.
For your sake.
Any of
And the
folk-
towns.
Any of you folks aware of the Monroe gang?
Are we?
Monroe gang? Are we?
The Crawford?
Not
Did
the
you say
Crawford
law
gang.
firm?
No.
He
it
said
was
Crawford.
The Crawford boys.
Oh, I thought you said. I
The
thought.
law firm boys. Oh God.
No. It's literally to me because I can't hear. It sounded like Gamzee said, "Do you know the Monroe boys?" And Dubois said, "The law firm." Like the Monroe law firm? Like what?
This one
I'm
was
sorry.
Monroe. I was laughing at that because I had said Monroe gang. I heard law firm too, and I was like,
Oh, you heard
That's
law firm too?
yeah, that was.
Glad
that
to
was
know it
like,
wasn't just me.
I heard Crawford.
It's like that's
I
not
Crawford.
commentary we need here.
The Monroe gang? The law firm?
Strong.
I don't think that's commentary we should be touching.
Oh fuck. Okay, valid. Moving on. But
Let's
God, that
pretend
was
we
funny.
Oh, it's funny as hell.
Do you want us to roll anything? or
Yeah,
should we just...
roll
for-
anything for the Monroe gang?
For Creed and Evangeline, I can justify a history.
History.
I don't have history.
Still don't have history.
I do have journalism if there's any chance I covered them before.
There you go. That'll work.
I'll use area knowledge.
Okay. Creed, you've been out here before.
Mhm.
Both of you are aware of this, aware of what I'm about to start mentioning. The Monroe Gang was a group of boys that were, shall we say, left by their mothers for better land.
Orphaned.
Yeah. They general troublemakers, sometimes criminals on neighboring towns, always avoiding the bigger areas like Denver. Excuse me. About 13 to 14 boys.
I might.
Well, the man said, "You let me take some of them boys off your hands and make sure things get better before they get worse." Wasn't none of my business to stop him.
What does that have to do with gestures at the cave-in pen? These roaming the streets after dark and attacking people.
Well, it's been getting a lot less frequent. Fires have been burning a lot brighter when they're lit at night. Sleeping's been a little hard, though. Screaming. It's been new. It's that kind of scream you hear when something's getting burned.
I just realized, sorry, this is completely irrelevant to what you're saying, but I just realized Mr. DeLee saying the devil gets his due is the opposite of Creed saying, "Are you a God-fearing man?" Son of a bitch.
Basically.
I just caught that.
Dope.
Good job, you did it.
So to clarify,
It took me weeks to plot that out. So I was trying to think of a good phrase.
To clarify, the Mr. Scratch has been. I'm confused.
Yeah, so am I. What does Mr. Scratch, Mr. DeLee's, taking these gang members away have to do with Caven attacking people in the town?
Well, you gotta understand, they don't like light. He gestures at the big light he's got going. All of a sudden one day, you light a lantern on the side of the road, and it lights up damn near the whole town. We're not just a travel town anymore just because we're convenient. We're safe. When nighttime comes around, things don't come sauntering in from the woodline.
Except they have been. That's why I'm here.
That's just it, sir. Something's been blowing out the lights. We set out our lanterns, light up the streets. Something comes in and blows them out.
Did you get these lanterns from your associate?
No, sir. These are the same lanterns we always had.
Is your associate blowing them out?
I don't know what's going on, but he's.
I don't know about you, Mr. Creed, but I propose we stake out a spot and wait to see what blows them out.
I agree. As for you, I would recommend getting a second one of these lights just in case. If something does happen, God forbid, you're dead, and anyone in this building is dead, and then everyone on this street is dead.
These are that bad, are they, sir?
But other than that, Cannot fault your business venture.
These critters are that bad, are they, sir?
Definitely seem that way.
There are worse choices, I'll put it that way.
I see.
If anything, it's really something you ought to be doing out in the middle of nowhere, where they can't, gestures towards the street.
Make a big old pit somewhere, wood it up, and throw them in instead of keeping them inside my home.
Nodding.
Certainly better than that. Yep.
I've got some money saved up. I'll keep that in mind.
But in the same way that you have to be careful with cattle, you understand? The same way that you don't put and tend to coyotes the same way you deal to cattle. You got a coyote situation here, so I won't tell you how to run your business. You're not doing anything that offends my sensibilities, technically, but I still cannot advise your proceedings.
You know a lot about this situation. I got something to ask you now.
He nods.
He's been asking me rather small amounts of money lately, but he's also been asking me the time. What do you think that means?
The
Sorry, what?
time?
I feel
You keep, like, how long has it been since I last visited?
Huh.
It's been since our last meeting.
Well, I would
It's-
expect he would know since he's apparently here every week.
It sounds like I need to talk to Chance. I have the inklings of an idea, but I don't know. No, never mind. Creed reads the Huckster book.
He does.
So Creed knows about he's not a Huckster himself, but he knows about it. I think he nods. He says, anything unusual about the times that he asks you this? Is it always here on these Wednesday evenings? Is it a time when you shouldn't be doing business? Has he ever appeared somewhere substandard and asked you this question?
He has. Just the Sunday just before the Reverend went missing.
How long
Church-
ago was that, by the way?
That was 2 weeks, wasn't it? That's what I was saying.
Okay. So Creed nods.
2 weeks,
Oh.
yeah.
About 2 weeks ago, sir. We were leaving the Sunday sermon and well, I saw him in the tree line, beckoning me over. I went to speak to him, and he asked me how long has it been since I last visited. And the rest of the day, I couldn't do no work because my head was just pounding away. Since then, he's taken the money, asked me that question, and left after I answered him.
Only on Wednesdays since then?
Only on Wednesdays, sir.
Make sure your cattle are subdued. Get yourself to bed. There's likely to be an altercation tonight.
Yes, sir.
And
I-
if one
I
of
think-
them, or more than one of them, goes missing, Charles Creed will be in town for a few more days. Don't you forget that.
Yes, sir.
Turns, starts to leave.
Before Evangeline leaves, she says, "There's one last thing, and I know it's not going to sound relevant to anything we just discussed, but do you have any idea what's been going on in the church since that Sunday?
Creed stops.
Oh. Yeah. Bunch of folks came together a couple days ago and went and shoved a bunch of, they looked like corpses, but they were stood up. Went and forced them all inside the church. Forced
Oh.
about 12 of them inside.
12 of
12,
them.
you said.
Uh-huh. She makes a note of that. I don't suppose you know who specifically was involved with corralling them.
Oh. Charge was led by a little old man. Something was wrong with that man. He wasn't from this town, mind you. I ain't seen him since, but
Huh.
Dressed in any particular way, or just stranger rolling through?
dressed in rags. Looked like his mouth was glowing.
Mouth was glowing.
Creed
Looks at
swears
Creed.
under his breath.
Didn't
Could
talk
be old
much. But when he did, it looks like his teeth was some kind of sickly green.
Turns
Look
back
at him, huh?
around.
Scribble, scribble.
I ain't seen the old coot since then. Said he lived in the woods.
Another question before I go, since we're on the topic. Shortly before or after the Reverend goes missing, anybody else gone missing or otherwise disappeared or otherwise met an untimely end? Specifically, government fella.
Yeah. Well, not too long after the Reverend went missing, so did that boy Clarence. Worked for the mayor.
Any chance young Mr. Clarence is touched, you might say, fond of strange things the Reverend might not approve of?
That was one night Mr. Clarence came here during my meeting. The man with poker in his eye. The man regarded him like a friend.
Looks at Creed.
Creed, holds a hand up to Evangeline without looking at her, yeah, I know. He goes, Mr. Clarence enjoy a game of poker?
Yes, he did. He taught my boy how to play.
Oh no!
He enjoyed
Fuck!
it a bit more than the average traveler. Might say he was a card shark. Might say he was a huckster, if you will.
I don't know about that, but anytime he wasn't running paperwork for the mayor, he was out gambling.
Fuck. Literally, that's the noise Creed makes.
Any particular venue?
Blackwater.
Lit.
Oh.
We really appreciate the input.
Creed tips his hat. Thank you again. I'm
folks
gonna
You folks want any jerky before you leave?
not from
for me.
that. No. However, how's your venison?
Oh my, I got some of the best venison you'll find here in Colorado.
Have 3 pounds delivered to the Blackwater tomorrow morning.
3.
I'm gonna jog out.
Kincaid
3
follows.
pounds, you bastard!
You leave like this dude with his jaw, picking his jaw off the floor.
That's a lot of jerky, Mr. Creed.
Well, we're gonna be on the road a while, Miss Kincaid.
That's fair.
Man.
So what do you-
Besides, good venison
Miss-
jerky is hard to find.
So what do you suppose Mr. Chance's new poker buddies know anything about this Clarence?
I'm more concerned about the poker buddies that you're not acquainted with, Miss Kincaid.
How do you mean?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I rarely do, yet here I am.
You're a reporter, Miss Kincaid, as we're moving towards the Blackwater. You're familiar with anonymous sources?
Of course.
Mr. Chance has some anonymous sources in my line of work, you might say.
That makes sense.
that causes Creed to falter for a second. Like, that makes sense. Creed like stumbles and looks at you like, what the fuck?
Wait,
Like,
she just
bitch.
agreed with me?
Like, bitch, what?
Straight back to the Blackwater.
Why do I have a feeling they walk into Diamond like beating Chance with something? That is not how you play poker. I have never played a game of poker in my life, and I know that is not how you play poker.
Beating him with a parasol.
He doesn't have one.
No.
She's
no,
only ever played
I'm
draw
sorry.
poker, and he's trying to play stud.
I'm sorry. Beating him with a parasol. Daisy stood right there.
Oh,
The
absolutely.
Parasol matching her dress.
I was gonna say with a bin of parasols, but yes, let's go with
Nice.
that. What have you two been up to while we've been gone, Cook?
Talking, and then it's like, you actually want to? Can I actually learn to play poker? You want to learn to play poker from me? Gives him a look that basically reads anything to piss my dad off.
I'm sorry. You want to learn how to play? Want to learn to be a card shark?
Nods.
Right.
Anything to make my dad angry.
Just don't get too disgruntled when you lose a few hands.
To clarify,
Sticks tongue out.
is she asking to be a mundane card shark or a card shark?
Yes, she doesn't know that he can do magic.
Yeah.
She's asking this to. She's assuming this is just mundane cards.
The only person in this group who knows that I do huckster magic.
He's Creed.
Is Creed.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yes,
It cut.
but she's
cut out.
also the daughter of the whatchamacallit, so I figure maybe she'd have a clue.
Daughter of the Pumperduke, yeah.
I hate you so much.
No, you don't.
So, are you guys playing poker in the saloon or in the room?
Probably the room.
Okay.
Because Diamond doesn't know how to play yet. And she is not playing poker with a bunch of strangers.
Yeah, and
Yet.
I don't know why. I don't know why it's here, but in my bag of things, I just have a little bag of poker chips. It doesn't say how much it is. It's just a bag of poker chips.
All right. So
And
do we
mysteriously
come
$12 that wasn't there before?
do we come in on the two of you playing poker then? Is that how this goes?
You come into me beating him and shouting at him. That is not how you play poker. I have never played poker in my life, and I know that is not how you play poker.
Miss Papadakis, that is how you play poker.
Did you forget to burn a card this time?
No.
Sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
Wait, what? Oh, you're back.
Creed's got the oh shit look at his eyes. Chance.
Was the tailor really that bad?
Yes.
Pretty bad.
Right.
You all right, Creed? You look like you damn near met the devil.
Miss Daisy, pause. Miss Daisy, I think you might want to check on your girls. Opening the door and like making the get the fuck out of here gesture.
I think she just nods and is like, you're right.
Diamond hands her parasol back.
Mr.
Out she
P's been
goes, closes the
Mr. P's
door,
been taking far too long. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
close the door.
Well, the good news is we've got some lades. The bad news is we've got some lades.
Locks the door, turns
Sorry,
immediately to Chance. Mr. Chance, there's another problem solver here in Clifton,
Um.
and he's a
Oh,
huckster.
Oh, good lord. Well,
And he's traveling through the calendar. Is that a thing that you can do? Not you personally, I mean, just. Is that within the repertoire of your brotherhood?
If you get hit in the head hard enough, you can.
Tit.
well, let's see. There are many things that can happen with hucksters. I think he's saying this while looking at Creed like, do they understand what this thing is? Like what they're
So GM,
Mm-hmm.
I want to use an ability that I haven't used yet.
Okay.
I want to use the stare,
no.
Oh.
No.
Hey, I have that too.
which
no.
allows me to make an
No.
overall check +2.
Mm-hmm.
And the objective with this overall check +2 is to silently communicate. Answer the question. We don't have fucking time.
Good.
So I'm just gonna make that roll.
The Creed special variant of the seer gaze.
Yes. So that is my overall check.
Okay. With a +2.
That's with the +2 already.
Oh, that is with the +2 already? Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No, it's not. So like Chant is like, do they know? And Creed is like, we'll worry, like silently like, we'll worry about that later. I need this information now.
Like, move it along, buddy.
But right. Manitou particular with what they grant to our abilities. You're saying that there's a man who can travel through the calendars.
I'm saying there is a man who does what I do with friends of yours.
Hmm.
I don't know if he travels through the calendar, but it seems that way from an outward appearance, and I don't know if that's within your repertoire or not.
Mine, personally, no. However, there's an easy way for me to figure out for you.
If it involves contacting your associates, I must stringently warn you against it, Mr. Chance, for a separate reason.
Well, Mr. Creed, I'm sort of going through my associates, though not of the kind that you would be familiar with.
Nevertheless, I think my warning is prudent. Our individual on display at the church had dealings with dealings.
Right.
Perhaps, Mr. Creed, it would assist in his it would assist his sussing out the possibilities if you explain exactly what happened.
The young man on display, Mr. Clarence, was affiliated with your ilk, both at the table and at the other table.
That is usually how that process goes.
I'm unsure if that puts yourself in some form of jeopardy or not.
Well, like I said, there's one thing that either we have it or we should be able to acquire it that can help me out in this matter.
Go on.
I need a copy of Hoyle's Book of Games.
I have one in my suitcase.
I need a copy of Hoyle's Book of Games. Here, now get to work, card boy.
It's
Yeah.
like that thing in RPGs where you already have the item that they're looking for.
Yeah, so I think Creed like thunks down his case, flips it open, pulls out the book, tosses it to Chance.
May I ask how precisely would a book of games help in this situation?
You can, but you won't accept the answer, so it's moot.
I want to know.
He
You
does
should
magic
go
with it.
probably. Yep.
Did you just
Right.
try to take my soul when you were teaching me to play poker?
Yes.
Right, so I'm going to answer a couple questions right now. No, I was not trying to take your soul. Miss Kincaid,
Crass knuckle.
as for your conundrum, this book was published by the original huckster. In this book, there is a sort of, how we should say, secret language that allows others of the kind to pick up on certain abilities that they may not possess. Now, I can read the writing just fine, but a common folk like y'all won't understand too diddly squat.
I've perused it. It's
See,
a
now you've got Kincaid's attention. The
It's a s-
curiosity is killing her.
struggle. Mr. Chance, for the
Mr. Creed.
skeptics in the room, can you perform something visual?
I can attempt.
Tricks.
Not quite.
Card tricks, if you will, and well, usually I try to hide this, but well, we're gonna let it slide anyway.
If you're talking about stage magic, Mr. Chance, I'm well acquainted with it.
Right, stage magic. That's what this is. All right, I'm gonna cast some phantom.
Diamond is like bouncing on the edge of the bed sheets.
Depending on what I get for this, depends on what I'm doing. But I'm casting phantom fingers.
Okay.
What's it do?
That is not terrible. Depending on the hand I get, I can manipulate certain sizes of objects.
Oh,
That's so cool.
you can.
I
grow
hope to
and
God you get enough to pick up Evangeline.
Ooh, actually, hang on.
Oh no!
What do I have for chips? Because I want
like,
this to happen. All right,
growing and
I'm-
shrinking.
fuck. Which one's my chips? This one. I'm gonna spend a red chip to add a die onto this.
Okay. That lands me a red chip, doesn't it?
That lands you any chip, so I'll tell you what that is in a second.
Rattle, rattle, jangling bones.
That's another white chip for you.
We've almost maxed out, folks.
All right.
Jesus, tapped into Christ.
That's as much as I'm comfortable with, and that gives me 2 additional cards, I want to say.
It's a card per raise, right? What's the number to hit?
The base number is 5.
Goodness.
Yeah.
So
Good.
wait.
Base number to hit is 5. That means I get 5 cards. Every raise over that means I get to draw an additional card.
Okay.
So
believe I
7
have-
cards. Please, for the love of fuck, don't get the Black Joker.
Yeah. And I mean, Chance is making a big show of this, and doing a little hubba jubbly, and you see, like there's a deck of playing cards that's still on the.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happens with that, but then you all just see Chance have 7 spectral cards in his free hand.
Blink, blink.
Diamond is like bouncing on the edge of her seat.
Are you
Mirrors, Miss
fucking
Kincaid.
kidding me?
What'd
Did
you
you get the
get?
black joker?
Did we
No,
get-
I was one away from a flush again.
Wow.
I got a pair at least.
What does a flush do for this spell?
So a flut. Let me tell you what I can manipulate with Phantom Fingers with each of the different hands. With just an ace, I can manipulate something the size of a baseball.
Nice.
With a
Okay.
pair, I can do a pistol. Jacks, I can do a rifle. 2-pair Gatling gun. 3 of a kind a person.
Yeah.
A straight, I can lift an iron safe. With a flush, I can lift an entire wagon.
Oh,
With a full
Nice.
house, I could lift an oak tree. With a 4 of a kind, I could lift a freight car.
Oh my god.
With a straight flush, I could lift a manor house.
Okay, so this entire thing is just busted as fuck, apparently.
That's
And
a,
a royal-
Royal
That's
flush,
magic
you could
for ya.
lift the entire fucking town.
Royal flush, I can lift an entire train.
Holy shit.
So it wasn't far off.
Yeah.
Anime bullshit.
So
Weeb ass.
So I can lift manipulate a pistol. So I think what happens is the cards appear, 2 of them like glow brighter than the others, and the pistol that's in Diamond's holster just flies out.
Diamond is like ecstatic. Holy shit. That
Did you
is
throw
awesome.
that? Did you throw that?
No, I didn't.
Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is a small sampling of what hucksters can do.
I want to learn to do that.
no.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Creed on this one. You ain't learning huckster magic anytime soon.
So
I'll admit, Mr. Chance, that was impressive. I can't figure out how you did that.
Probably some explanation for it.
Parlor tricks, as you'd call them.
Oh, that's
I'd
just
say
straight up
so.
magic.
Those parlor tricks are useful in a pinch, Miss Kincaid. If you will concede that point, I'd have no desire to have this out with you right now.
That much I'll give you.
Tips his hat.
Now, we're all
Especially if you can do that to your opponent's pistol.
Yes. Now, we're all lucky about a couple things. Number one, I have spent many years learning how to control my friends on the other side, if you will. And we are very lucky that I did not, let's use a poker term and say go bust.
I love so much the fact that I'm over here making Bioshock references and you just go straight for Disney. Alright, you know what? Fine.
That was great.
Eh.
Great song too.
I don't know how much about Cookie. How much do you know about Bioshock anyway?
Not much.
Hmm.
Alright, so
Wait, are you guys here?
So, I need that book from you, Mr. Creed.
Holds it out. I will need this back, Mr. Chance.
In due time.
Pass it to him.
as I understand it, time is precisely the thing you're trying to figure out right now.
Mm.
While
So-
being left to your devices, Mr. Chance, it might behoove all of us if you were to ask the regular card players here at the Blackwater about Mr. Clarence's proclivities.
You're saying that I get to stay around here and go to the gambling tables and interact with the gambling folk. Mr. Creed, are you sure I didn't die in that? Because I feel like I'm in heaven right now.
I will require two things of you, aside from regular checkups, Mr. Chance.
Number one,
You do not bet anything that I cannot afford to lose.
Oh, don't worry. This money's coming straight from my pockets.
And number 2, I require access to any of your resources while you're otherwise indisposed. Your horse, your rifle, and if I have need of it, your magic.
By all means.
Nodding along. Then by all means, Mr. Chance. Though I'm surprised you're taking an opportunity to... He stops. Oh, hell.
What is it this time, Mr. Creed?
Mr. Chance has an artifact in his possession that we were not going to talk about, and I just remembered that he has the artifact in his possession, and this other problem solver is in the vicinity.
Quirks an eyebrow.
Oh,
Who knows? It may prove useful this time.
Let's hope not, Mr. Chance. I have Caven to find. You're welcome to go about whatever business you want.
Please
Miss
tell
Papa-
me you have.
Good.
Please tell me you haven't been carrying that hand around this entire time.
Alright, we won't
And-
tell you. Picking up the flashlight, unstrapping his pistol. Miss Papadakis, if you want to come varmint hunting, I recommend you stay on my heels.
Nods fervently and follows along, gun at the ready.
Stops at the door. Make sure,
TK's coming too.
make sure she has a flashlight. Make sure she has a gun.
She does.
I'm going caven hunting.
Diamond is going with.
I like to think the last scene of the night is like it backs away from the group having this conversation out the window of the room and into the tree line and this big glowing sickly green smile in the darkness,
No, fuck.
and then we fade out.
Nice.
Nice.
We have a motherfucker,
Woo!
which is not unusual for an Odeon, but still, my point stands regardless.
That was dope.
That was
great, Kenzie.
fun. You're doing great, hun.
Yeah.
Is it next week yet? Can we play again?
Yeah, when is it? Wednesday again?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Yeah.
When was the last time I visited?
About an hour ago, actually.
Moving on. Fuck. What's happening? I'm tired.
Shout
Shout
I believe.
outs.
Shout.
Shoutro.
Shoutros.
Shout
That is officially what it's called from here on out. They are shoutros.
Shoutros. You can only scream them. Please, God, don't.
All right, Gracie is done. Next.
What? Go.
Speaking of shoutings, you okay, Sibs?
Yeah, I just knocked over my microphone
Oh.
onto the
Do it.
floor.
So, Miss Mila, why don't you start us off?
Hi, I'm Bridge Mila, aka Gracie. I do a lot of art things for Kids Channel, and I also love tabletops. So if you like either of those things, give me a poke.
Cookie?
Hey, what up? I'm Cookie, also known as the Extinct Bacon on just about every other platform. I love things tabletop, and hopefully you do too. Anytime you want, give me a poke. And hopefully, I'll be getting to the business of making some dice here soon enough, so check back on that.
You keep teasing it, and you keep not giving me dice.
Exactly.
Fucker.
Shy Shade.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm Shy Shade. I am a keeper on Kids Channel, and tonight I played Marcus Dubois in the Open Dice Night Wildcards. I am a fervent lover of storytelling in all forms and mediums, but especially tabletop role playing, because you never know what kind of story can show up, and it's collaborative storytelling, which I feel is amazing. So yeah, if you ever need anything, you can give me a poke on the Shrine's Discord, or otherwise contact me.
Sibs.
Hi there, my name is Sibs143. I am in no particular order an artist, a stagehand, and a moderator for Kit's Discord and Twitch. But to everyone else, I am a friend and the Technicolor Disaster. You can find me lurking either on Discord or in Twitch chat most days, but if you ever need to talk to me when I'm not there, feel free to hit me up in DMs and we can talk more privately there.
Gamzee.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Guy Gamzelis, the hero bard. This has been the second episode of one of my personal favorite stories, Wild Cards, a Deadlands classic short story. I do so hope you'll come visit my collection again next week. If ever I'm needed until then, you can always find me on Discord or in DMs. And until next time, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your week.
For my part, as ever, I am the sharp-eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the Masked Bard. This is the channel that is devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. So if that's to your fancy, you're in excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoyed your time with us. I stream every single day that my health permits me to do so, and hopefully I'm feeling better tomorrow, so that we can get back into Hollow Knight in the afternoon, and the return of Decisive Action Voices of the Mountain in the evening. A D&D 5th edition module double feature of Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden, and Storm King's Thunder, with my own spin on both. Things are violent at the moment, and if you want to see what I mean by that, stop by if you like tabletop role-playing games, or if you don't know if you like tabletop role-playing games, we'd love to have you. For now, it's been a day, I'm still not feeling well, and so it is time to leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to all of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers, whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time for the return of Wild Cards and a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you again soon.